Alright, so... just gonna check on the stream, make sure that things are working, because I am gonna hate this whole operation if it's not. Alright, so... just gonna check on the stream, make sure that things are working, because I am gonna hate... fantastic. I wanted to listen to only one side of the ear. Fantastic. I wanted to listen to only one side of the ear. Alright, let's see if that works. Alright, let's see. Okay, great. Fantastic. So we have 2 minutes left until this thing is done. Till the update is done. What on earth is wrong with me? Why do I have 2 microphones that have all of my filters? Oh well, I'll assume that's all good. Anyway, hello to someone out there. We're going to be doing Limbus Company. Hello. Welcome everyone. I don't know who you are, when you are, or where you are, but whenever you see this, welcome. I hope that you have had a good day, and I hope that you can have a fun time here while watching me probably get my butt kicked by a bunch of maids and butlers in Limbus Company. Why on earth can't I see... oh well, whatever. I'll do the workaround. Perfect. There we go. 1 more minute until we find out what is in Cathy's basement. What horrible things Linton has been... and what horrible things Linton has been doing in the basement. Anyway, hello. Finally, it's done. Where does it get cracking then? Alright, so, what happened last time? Well, Heathcliff and the gang, Dante and the gang, finally made it to Wuthering Heights, but all is not as it seems. Apparently there's a big dispute going on over, I don't know, I guess the lands of Wuthering Heights. And something I should have prepared is a bunch of notes as to what happened. I'll be sure to prepare that next time. Anyway, we made it to Wuthering Heights. Heathcliff had a makeover for a lot of scenes. He's a very handsome boy. And it turns out Cathy is apparently dead, and we have a last will to fulfill. But before we go on to that,
다툼을 나누기 좋은 환경이다. 싸움을 준비해라.
new IDs. We get Faust, Butler Faust, and extra depresso Gregor. Come on, give me. Come on, one of these turn gold into my favorite roach, my favorite bug guy.
실례하겠습니다. 상가에서 준비한
I'll take it.
애프터눈 티입니다. 편안한 시간 되시기를.
I'll take a Butler Faust. It's not disappointing at all, in the least. Oh. That is why we have the ego shards. The ego shard crates. Because I am not using my war funds that I would use for Walpurgis Nights on something like this. Despite how cool it is, I'm not using it for that. But at the same time, I must have my Gregor. I must. 70. And that should do it. Wow, oh my god, I can't believe I rolled Gregor.
이 몰락을 구경하려고 온 건가?
Can you all believe it? Man, what impeccable luck I have. Man. Also, just something I'm noticing is that, like, this is, I'm assuming it's the same bedroom that that Linton and Cathy would be in, so kind of interesting that it's just a nice bleak mess. Oh yeah, and also, to claim all of these.
저택을 안내해 주지.
Which, funnily enough, bygone days, this looks like it's sort of a bug theme going on here.
이곳은 그분의 초상이요. 가까이서 자세히 보겠는가?
And this looks like a fragment of a memory? Piece of a memory? It's the one ego gift that increases all of your identity's levels in the mirror dungeon. Kind of interesting. There's like 2 different ego gifts that you can get from that abno. Or supposedly originate from that abno. Alright, so this is a Teth. Finally, something other than those. A nice glue. What does it do? Heal 10 SP to self and 2 other allies with the least SP. If the target survives this attack, consume 5 sinking count on the target. Then deal additional SP, heal additional SP equal to sinking potency on the target. Max heal of 20. That is kind of a really good... Then again, if you're on the sinking team, you might not want to do that. Unless you can easily build up sinking and sinking count. Which should be the case if you have Rhyme Shank. Haha, the funny Rhyme Shank, right? If target is defeated, inflict 3 sinking on 2 random enemies, which That's not a lot. I mean, let's be honest. If you're killing stuff, that's a very small amount. Corrosion. Inflict 2 gloom fragility. At 3 plus gloom resonance, inflict 1 additional. That's really, really good. Inflict 3 count. And a curse. Which we have only seen this status effect on Hexnail Faust. And passives. After attack, if the target is defeated after this unit's attack, gain 1 ego source for the least owned ego resource. Gain 1 additional ego resource for every 5 sinking potency plus count, max of 3. If there are 2 or more least owned ego resources, select one of those affinities at random to gain an ego resource. Which, not to say that that's bad. I think it's interesting. I'm more interested on why this is the passive, considering what the ego gifts do. And then we can increase that. Target inflict 3 sinking and 1 curse on 2 random enemies. I didn't even read what the change in the... Okay. Then it's 15. This is... I don't know about you all, but this looks like pretty decent SP heal. And then it's just consume 3 sinking count as opposed to 5. That's really good. And... stuff that is, if target is defeated... I look less on that. Only because defeating targets is... I mean, if you defeat the target, typically what happens is you're about to win the fight anyway, so... But I could be wrong. So inflict 1 additional for every 2. Wait, am I... Oh no, it's still the same. It's just lessens the requirement. Inflict 3 sinking count and 3 curse? Okay, that seems... That seems like a pretty decent... What is it? Ego. And then there was Yisei, who has Bygone Days. Randomly afflict 6 plus Gloom Resonance, sinking between targets. If the target has 6 sinking, inflict 1 bind next turn. I didn't even look at the attack weight for the other one. I'll go back and look at that. But it's attack weight of 3, with a roll of 23. And this is a Zayn, by the way. Sin affinities are lust and pride. Okay. Corrosion. Targets randomly. Inflict 2 sinking. Inflict 2 bind next turn. If target has 6 sinking, inflict 1 bind. Fractured yesterday. If target has 6 sinking potency, plus 1 to clash power. If target has 4 potent or 4 count, clash power plus 1. That could be good. Seems pretty okay. Again, I'm not a balance person or determining the meta of the next units, but I think that's actually pretty easily attainable. Again, if you have a Rhyme Shank and all of the other IDs. If you don't, then that's not going to happen very often. But I think this is possible. It's pretty... yeah. And then it's 3 sloth and 3 glue. God, I keep missing a lot of the most important things in the ego. Update 3. If target has 6 sinking, instead inflict 2 bind. Targets randomly before attack at 3 plus gloom resistance, attack weight plus 1. I don't know, is it just me or is this really good? Because I don't think really a lot of the Zayn egos do not have that much attack weight. Then Bygone Days is after attack, 6 plus Gloom Resonance times 1.5. Okay. More attack weight. Interesting. This actually seems like a pretty decent Zayn ego. And Bygone Days was 2 lust, 4 glue. Kind of strange. Are there really a lot of IDs that have lust? Well, I guess new Faust ID. Which is... we will see after we uptime.
방문객께서는 이쪽으로. 외람대우나 초대받지 않으신 분께서는 즉시 퇴거 절차를 밟아주셔야겠습니다.
Spice Bush support, finally. Because that's what it needed. I shall now take my leave. Please, enjoy your meal. Elegant music plays over in an expansively lit dining hall. The child nods politely at the group of people dressed in noticeably expensive clothes before walking backward and silently leaving the room just as the chief butler did. Whew. The child finally allows herself to sigh after she made sure that the door was fully shut and that she was far enough distance away from that room. I'm gonna turn it down a bit because it might be a bit loud. She knew what kind of discussions would be exchanged in that place. The Wolven Hunt. That is what one would call this battle. The battle that butlers from both the Edgar family and Wuthering Heights, the heir of the Edgar family, and his chief butler were currently discussing. What prompted this discussion? It would be the knowledge that the child once taken in by Wuthering Heights was returning home, leading a deadly march of overwhelming, shambling forces, bringing ruin and desolation to his old home. That would be exactly why these factions of such complicated and conflicting interests decided to come together for once. The two are now in talks. I trust that your service was exceptional. I suppose asking you is unnecessary, as you have not once disappointed me. Thank you for your high commendation. I merely made an appropriate appraisal of your performances. However, the chief butler walked toward one of the doors, her eyes like those of a hawk, and slowly but deliberately wiped the narrow opening of the door frame with the tip of her fingertips. It appears that other butlers are in need of some additional education. Her fingers were wet with blood, yet to be cleaned. That is some interesting artwork there. Don't know why just a pair of scissors and the thread are there, but... It appears that the cleanup for the battle they conducted against the uninvited guests earlier wasn't as thorough as it should have been. My deepest apologies. You are a butler responsible for the kitchen. There is no need for you to apologize. I do believe it may become your responsibility to relay my opinion to the butlers tasked with cleaning, however. Understood, ma'am. Very good. Now head downstairs. They're still training hard for the hunt, yes? Indeed. Everything is proceeding as you have ordered. The child nodded politely before leaving the chief butler. After a long walk, she finds a door leading downstairs. She descends. Ah, Lady Faust. The staircase led to a dark, blood-splattered basement. But it seemed that the child was already expecting this sight. She does not even flinch her brows. Is the combat training using our previous uninvited guests going well? Yes, I think I've almost got the hang of the strategy Lady Autis told me about. Very well. Please, continue. Oh, and another thing. Chief Butler Lady Autis has made a comment regarding your cleanup performance. Oh. Please pay attention to the areas that are not normally observed as well, so that our guests may not be inconvenienced. Yes, ma'am. I will put greater care in my work. Well then. After the brief warning, she wrapped her fist with her serviette and joined the ranks of other butlers in the dark. The dark where sounds of leaping, throwing, tearing, and ripping continued to echo from. A new sound joined the fray, continuing to echo through the basement. The darkest dungeon. Sinclair, you better not be the reason why this place is not spotless. An interesting story, but just a little bit more on the hunt. And a nice continuation of Altus's story. So in other words, Heathcliff was the destined child of catastrophe, eh? But enough about that. Let's get straight on to Gregor.
그래, 칼날을 한번 갈아줄 때도 됐지.
Look at this handsome young... Well, not young lad, but... God, he is handsome. There are things in this world one could never grow accustomed to. The bizarre tang of the dregs, a broken piece of tea leaves from the last fill of the teacup from the pot, the disappointing flavor of lukewarm Scotch whiskey, diluted from melted ice, and the taste of nightmares that continue to haunt me, despite my hatred of them. It's first person. In that awful dream, I am visited by the one I abhor the most. The beast that took my little sister and destroyed my family. The cunning, cruel wolf who took so much from me that I can't even recall all that he's deprived me of. The one who took my arm and left me to wear the shameful, hateful arm. The wretch that took my arm, but not my life, leaving me to live out this abominable life. He never arrives alone. In this nightmare, I am beset by foes on all sides with no escape in sight. Is this the true magnitude of my fear? A body born weak and ailing, a body that forces me to struggle tooth and nail just to survive those that seek to harm me, cannot conquer the fear from the source? I aim with the sharpened tip of my saber and stab them all with the gloom-tempered swordplay I've trained my entire life in. But that nightmare always ends with the flailing defeat, its conclusion distant and unreachable. As the dream draws to a close, I come to a certain understanding. That once again, I am the robbed one, the one deprived of even a chance to struggle. Below hell and purgatory, I alone am the robbed one. Then I awaken from the nightmare. I struggled desperately to escape the yoke of my weak constitution. I couldn't simply continue to live in my parents' glory. There were far too many vultures circling me for a chance to take my place, my wealth. I could not appear weak before them. I learned how to wield a blade, trained my body. I grew far too familiar with the pain that ravaged my lungs, yet my damnably weak body cared not for my determination, oppressed upon me with such cruelty. But that is how I have protected what is mine, what I could get my hands on. A good home, quality clothes, delectable food, my inheritance. Once I even found myself absorbed in that presumptuous belief that I may have overcome the curse I was born with. But there was something that had completely slipped my mind. The vagabond I saw at that tempestuous manor. The resentful eyes of that ill-tempered vagrant, burning with hatred behind his wet, ragged hair. He appeared before me as I was still drunk on delusion. Just like then, I could see my fear reflected in his eyes. My fear that he is here to take everything I have. He cut off my arm in the blink of an eye. I don't even want to think about this memory. Merely recalling that memory makes my stomach ache. I feel the bitter taste of stomach acid rising to my throat. But I won't be defeated like this. He wants to play hide and seek, does he? Very well. He shall have it. To sever this nightmare from me, this intangible terror, the woven hunt must begin. Because slaying the source of horror within my own hands is the only way to free myself from it. That sounded so badass, I'm not gonna lie. And come on, just look at that. Look at that portrait. And so it seems like these ghosts are, okay, they're not like on his side. These are ghosts that he is fighting. God dang it. Well, I'm going to use this. Also, quick overview of the coins. So, just a base 11? Okay. No conditional? Inflict 2 sinking. If target has 5 plus sinking, clash power plus 1. So that's 14 with a 15 with the conditional. Inflict 2 sinking count. Oh dear. Oh no. 4 base power. With 4 coins that are plus 2. This is a 12 roll at max, and there's no way of increasing that. Also, thank you, Scarlet Silver Iron. I'm glad that you think so. My goodness, inflict 2 echoes of the manor. Okay. So this is not a unit that you want to be clashing with. As for Gregor, if target has 6 plus sinking, coin power plus 2, so that's a max of 13, and inflict 3 sinking on hit. Clash power plus 1 for every 3 sinking count, max of 2, so that is 16, 18, max. Inflict 1 sinking count on clash win. If target has 5 sinking, gain 1 haste next turn. Inflict 3 sinking count. That is a lot of sinking count for this. Clash power plus 1 for every 3 sinking count. If target is staggered, inflict 3 sinking count. If it's defeated, inflict 3 sinking count of 1 random enemy. Which is a 12, 16, 18 max with the conditional. Sinking, sinking, sinking. Absorb 10 sinking from the target and gain plus 1 coin boost and 1 damage up. 50% chance to gain the above effects without absorbing. That's pretty good. Oh no, oh dear. So under perfect conditions, that's plus 2 or plus 4 overall. So that's a 15. Again, under ideal conditions, this is a 15 S1. Under ideal conditions, this is a 14, 18, 20 S2. And inflict 2 sinking count. And under perfect conditions, this is a plus 3. Oh no, plus 1 clash power. So this is just 12, 7, or 12, 16, 19. After attack, if target is defeated, inflict 3 sinking count on 2 random enemies. Okay. But I guess a lot of the power comes from this plus coin boost. So you'd want to maybe like try to, if you could, line it up so that you have another skill 3 coming up next, so you can take advantage of that +1 coin power a lot more. Do you wish to wait? +1 coin power for every 3 sinking. Deal +2 more, +2% more damage for every sinking potency. Max of 40%. And combat start, 1 SP. Loses 5. Wait, what is it right now? 7. Okay, so it's 2. Then gains 1 gloom up. Well, no need to worry about the thread. After all, I have a massive surplus of it from the conversion from the seasons, so the Gregster shall get the utmost hospitality here. And Faust will... I'll try my best and just give her all that I can. Alright. And why not? Why not we also do this? 13S1. This is a Clash Power +1. Target has +3 sinking count. Coin power +1. That would be 16, 17. Coin power +2. So you definitely want to have a lot of sinking count in order to make full usage of this, so... yeah, turns into a 20. Oh my goodness. Yes, glad. Don't worry, we are now going to get into the story now. Well, crap. Okay, doesn't matter. We can do that later. Now time to find out what is in Cathy's basement. And fantastic, we are immediately met with a battle.
사냥감을
부르신다면 언제든.
해방된 사냥감을 해방된
부르신다면
Go.
불청객을
That's
맞아
that.
촉심하시.
열쇠가 필요하신가요?
Perfect.
애도의 시간이군.
Is 20 good? I'd say it's good. Pretty good. But that is a pretty hefty conditional. The staircase descended for much longer than we had anticipated. We couldn't even guess how far we were from the bottom.
계단이 끝도 없네.
아, 이렇게까지 깊게 만들어야 했을 이유가 있을까요? 하인들이 고생을 좀 했을 것 같은데요.
하나하나 만들어진 게 아닐 수도 있어. 복도와 같은 원리라면.
What's wrong, Sinclair? Yes, time for us to descend into the darkest dungeon. There was a dark look on Sinclair's face. Oh, he's having trauma from his Canto and his basement at his manor. This is a grim reminder of our experience back in the basement of his mansion.
저희 집 지하실도 딱 이런 분위기였어요.
Sinclair, what happened back then? It still haunts you, doesn't it?
아니라고는 할 수 없을 것 같아요. 하지만 천천히, 아주 천천히 나아가고 있는 것 같아요.
Aww. Yeah, I can clearly see that.
다행이네요. 저만 그렇게 생각하는 건 아닌가 싶었거든요.
Hug the Sinclair, give him all the head pats and love. A sudden yet familiar sensation tickles my head. It is soon followed by a noise just as familiar. The unpleasant sound of something approaching, dragging itself across the floor. No. Crawling.
뭔가 기어오고 있는 것 같은데. 설마 환상체인가? 이런 곳에?
No, this is. It's gotta be.
죄종들이군요.
이곳은 로보토미 지부도 아니며
싱클레어의 저택처럼 지부와 연결되어 있는 통로 또한 아닌 걸로 판단된다.
맞습니다. T사의 지부는 이곳과 한참 멀리 떨어져 있죠.
Yeah, that is interesting. This is very different than the usual.
이런 현상이 벌어지는 이유를 모르겠군.
언제나 그랬지만 이해할 수 없는 상황에도 반드시 원인은 있어 왔습니다.
There's always a cause to an effect.
납득했다.
뭐 원인은 지하실 끝까지 다다르면 알 수 있겠죠.
Interesting. I didn't think that they were going to have a Peccatulum fight outside of... Oh my god, that bell. Ooh, 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 ooh. Yes, this is definitely a whole other vibe than all of the previous areas that we were at.
내게 바쳐주지.
God dang it, Gregor. Come on.
여기서 쓰러진다면
I was not expecting his very first appearance to immediately get staggered by Peccatulum, no less. Oh no, you're in for a nasty beating. Thanks a lot, Dante.
피워보지.
Yeah, it's just... Yeah. This just really fits that haunted mansion feel, you know? Like the upper floors are like more action themed, and then this is more of that, like you said, gothic horror. And then we go back to a previous, I don't know, the secondary theme? I forget what it's called.
검나를 내게 바쳐주지.
Oh yeah, also, nice confirmation. Gregor has definitely lost his arm. He is not just holding it behind him.
불결한 것.
다시 못살게 구는 일은 없을 것이오.
Did I just forget about this guy? No, Gregor,
내가
my
남길 말이
beloved.
있나?
Also, man, these Peccatulum are throwing hands. That's a lot. I feel like everything this Canto has had a lot of damage done.
검나를 내게 바쳐주지.
That's what it feels like. Everything in this Canto just deals so much damage. And we're not even in the dungeon yet. Yep, here we go. I'm seeing the nice glob boy here. The Glupo. Sounds kind of like Ishmael. I guess it does.
흐드러졌구려.
Makes sense.
피어나라.
I mean, it is, because sort of the similarity with it is just like, it's a horror theme, right? Things are getting a lot more creepy, and there are monsters about. Don't you smack your sack on me.
미끄러지는 꼴 좀 보라지.
What else is this? So Teth. Also, yeah, this is a Teth grade. Also, did they already do the changes to the identification? Because I know that was a thing.
이쪽으로.
다시 못 살게 구는 일은 없을 것이오.
Yeah. Which that was just fantastic work. Like, oh, we're fighting the pirate, like back in Ishmael's chapter. We're fighting the pirates, and now you are fighting unspeakable horrors that you should never have to witness. It's really cool.
정리하겠습니다.
But yeah, if we're getting like these Peccatulum
기대받지 않은
or
것들을
Peccatuli now,
모조리 치워버린다.
who knows? Maybe we'll encounter something worse. Although I imagine it's going to be more dead rabbits, maybe dead rabbit leader.
개화하였구려. 이 순간을 어딘가에 담고 싶군.
I'm sorry, I failed you, Gregor and Faust. Yeah, I'll give you your time to shine. What the? Oh no. Unknown enemy. That's not good.
애도의 시간이고.
The alarms. Oh, so about the identification, like the classification of the grades for each of the Peccatula. Because there was like the whole Dante's notes where they were like, oh, you know, maybe these abnormalities shouldn't be classified as a teth or a wa, huh? Whenever it's dealing this much damage. Yeah, it was sort of that deal.
이쪽으로.
여기가 엽석이군.
Wait, how come he got a coin boost? Was it on stagger?
흐드러졌구려.
God, I am not doing the PM... I am not doing PM fans any justice in beating the allegations that we can't read. But yeah. Yeah, not saying that they're going to add like... Actually no, they did say that even though, what was it, Aleph was the highest grade, that who knows, maybe there's something worse than Aleph. That's a very haunting thought, that there can be something worse than an Aleph, but at the very least that some abnormalities may get shuffled around a bit.
내가 남길 말이 있나?
Did he inflict on sinking count? I don't think he did. Also, it was gloom and lust. Gloom and lust and then gloom and sloth, right? Yeah. Because I do want to see the animations for that.
먼지나게 패주지.
Yeah. But yeah. Man, so far this Canto has just been so stylish though. Not only in the IDs, but
불청객은 찌그러져 있도.
in designs, in music. They just do not miss. But I am dreading what's going to be in the next wave. There we go.
이쪽으로.
초대받지 않은 것들을 모조리 치워버린다.
Yeah, it's very cool, extremely cool. But then again, like combat butlers is just a cool thing in general.
이쪽으로.
Also, I was very surprised that they made Gregor's S4 actually have 4 coins for each of the hits. I was expecting it was going to be like a, kind of what they do with a lot of the... What on earth is this thing? Peccatulum goulet? Unless this unit is staggered or part broken, take 50% less rupture damage. Hello there. You're very reminiscent of bloodstained Giusepium, so I'm sure people are going to have terrible memories of you. At less than 50% core HP, core and part heal on coin hit. And a lot more rupture dealt. I don't remember what its weaknesses were and when it was a wee little baby, so...
불렀는가?
you saying you go scope out the land.
어두운 무지를 열어젖히라.
So we've got a Death Gluttony protection. Yeah, look at the drool on that thing. You know what another fun thought is? This isn't even the final form. And speaking of, you can't see... Like, this is all very similar to... Dongrang. And whenever he was distorted. It's very similar to that. Devouring. Hold on, what is that? Inflict 2 rupture count. Okay, so just an insane amount of rupture count. Oh boy, I can't wait for whenever we get...
불편한 점이라도 있으십니까?
I can't wait until we get he grades of these that inflict the...
키워보지.
Oh, on hit, you get 5 rupture counts and potency per coin hit. In other words, just die. Actually, you know what? If they don't... If these do not go all the way up to Aleph, I'm wondering if that's supposed to be like... Aleph grade would just essentially be either an abnormality or a distortion at that point. But then again, they did, again, as we said earlier, they are changing classifications a bit, so it could just be then Aleph grade is just, oh, these are just a lot more harder to deal with combat-wise.
이제 보자. 하늘을 찔렀어.
다시 못 살게 구는 일은 없을 것이오.
Yeah, so Thrill...
열어젖힌다.
I forget the exact numbers on it, but Thrill inflicted Rupture, Potency, and Count at the, I think, turn start?
누가 이렇게 해둔지는 몰라도
And then essentially detonated it at the turn end.
우리가 지하실에 들어가는 걸 무조건 막고 싶나 본데 입구에 가까워질수록 최종들의 숫자가 점점 늘어나고 있잖아.
Yeah, and more evolved ones.
여기에 다른 통로도 없으니까 결국 이것들은 지하실에서 계속 몰려오고 있다고 생각해야겠네요.
Hold on a second.
여기에 다른 통로도 없으니까 결국 이것들은 지하실에서 계속 몰려오고 있다고 생각해야겠네요.
Sorry, I just get a chuckle whenever I hear voice acting and then the mic just peaks.
대체 지하실에 뭘 숨겨놓고 있는 건데?
그런데 보통 이런 대저택에 지하실을 만든다고 하면 그런 거 아니야? 좋은 위스키를 만들어서 숙성시킨다거나
꽤 값진 재산을 보관하는 창고 같은 곳으로 사용하기도 하고. 털어먹는 재미가 있었는데.
Apologies for that.
부잣집마다 다르겠지만 숨기고 싶은 것을 만들어 놓기엔 지하실이 최적이긴 할 것 같아요.
Actually, hold on a second. What is that at the bottom? What is that? What is that? I don't know what that is, but I suppose the distortion is now affecting my actual game. So, that's a fun time.
히스, 일기장이라도 다시 펼쳐봐. 아까처럼 안 보였던 부분이 나와 있을지도 모르잖아.
그렇게 쉽게 될 리가 없잖아. 고작 일기장인데 지하실로 가야 하는 이유가 뭔지 물어봐도.
Ah, yes, of course. It's just a normal diary, you know. A normal diary with the black ink goes away and then writes stuff. Is there something wrong with the diary, Heathcliff?
아까 단순히 착각인가 싶어서 넘어갔는데 지금 또 느껴졌어. 내가 들고 있는 일기장 말이야. 뭐라 표현해야 하지? 아무튼 뭔가 이상한 기분이 들었어.
It's
아까 갑자기
Cathy.
유리창이 깨져서 놀랐을 때도 비슷한 기분을 느꼈고.
Cathy's being upset with you.
히스클리프, 혹시
알아! 정신 나간 소리 같지? 하지만
아니요, 히스클리프. 그 일기장은 보통의 잉크로 평범하게 쓰인 건 아닐 테고 생각하시는 그 의문이 사실일 수도 있다고 저는 생각합니다.
무슨 이야기를 하시는 거예요? 둘 다.
The diary is
Escape.
haunted.
직접
Essentially, is.
펼쳐보는 걸 추천드리고 싶군요.
What does the ghost of Cathy have to impart upon us? Heathcliff opened the diary with a somber expression. And once again, the ink stains on the page had transformed into a series of legible alphabets. Sad music.
꿈을 꾼 적이 있었어. 내가 갑자기 죽었거나 혹은 영영 잠에 빠지게 되어서 눈을 뜨니 천국에 있었던 거야.
Did you hear the voice of Carmen? Is that what's happening here?
책에서 본 것과 똑같아. 천사들이 내 주위에서 노래를 부르고 있었지.
I was surrounded by angels who sang a song for me.
하지만 동시에 깨달았어. 그곳은 내가 있을 곳이 아니었다는 걸. 나는 천사들에게 다시 돌려보내달라고 엉엉 울며 빌었고 천사들은 크게 화를 내며 나를 보랏빛 꽃들이 무성한 워더링 하이츠 꼭대기로 내던져 버렸어.
The angels were so fierce that they cast me out from heaven back into the middle of the violet flowers on top of Wuthering Heights.
그제야 나는 기쁨의 눈물을 흘리며 깨어났지.
Sobbing for joy? Well, at least
그리고
someone enjoys it here.
이제야 회고해 보건대. 그날이 그저 꿈에 불과했다고는 생각하지 않아. 어렸을 때부터 이 저택에서 유령을 보았던 것이 결코 내 상상이 아니었던 것처럼 말이야. 그래, 우리는 천국에 있으면 한없이 비참할 거야. 그러니 다가오는 죄들을 받아들이고 그 밑바닥으로 계속해서 하강하는 수밖에.
Embrace the sin, save the ego.
여기서도 언급되고 있어요. 우리라고.
보통의 일기장에서는 1인칭을 쓰는 게 일반적이죠. 아시는 거 없어요, 히스클리프 씨?
모르겠어. 난 처음 듣는 꿈 이야기야.
억측일 수도 있소만 다가오는 죄들을 받아들이고 이 밑바닥으로 계속해서 하강하라 함은 내게 마치 이 죄종들을 모두 물리치고 지하실로 나아가라는 소리처럼 들리오.
설마 캐서린이 이 모든 걸 준비했다는 거냐?
그리고 이것이 파우스트 양이 떠올린 의중이 맞을지는 모르겠으나 히스클리프군, 마치 그대가 부르니 일기장이 대답을 한 것만 같지 않소?
나만 그렇게 느끼는 거 아니지?
그 캐서린이라는 분 고인을 두고 이렇게 말해도 될지 모르겠지만
Nutty?
조금
가끔씩 엉뚱하면서도 섬뜩할 때가 있으셨지.
I'm sorry, Catherine. I didn't mean
멜리,
it. It was a joke.
아까 린튼 그놈이 내가 보낸 편지를 소각정에서 봤다고 했잖아. 내 편지들을 다 가로챈 게 그 자식이었을까?
그래. 린투님이라면 충분히 그럴만 하셨을지도 모르겠네.
Uh-oh, he's getting ready. Heathcliff's getting ready to beat the crap out of Linton.
힘 좀 더 써봤어.
Look, Hobo Heathcliff sweep, alright? This is the dawn. Another one? Hold on a second. Oh, man.
진리를 열기 위해
You know, I knew we were going to meet horrors beyond our imagination, but... Pardon?
거창한 짓거리를 해놓았고.
다들 보이세요?
Yeah, I'm seeing
유리관
this.
속에 사람들이 들어 있어요. 눈을 감거나 뜬 채로 죽은 걸까요?
Oh my god. How many of you have read Leviathan? I need to know that right now, because this right here would... Oh, this would be spoilers for Leviathan, and I really want to talk about it, but...
살았거나 죽었거나 둘 다 말이 안 돼. 왜 저택에 이런...
Just know, Vergilius would... He'd be having some flashbacks, alright? The room was filled with rows upon rows of mysterious glass pods, each housing a completely still person inside.
각자 다른 복장을 하고 있으며 나이, 성별 또한 제각각.
So these are either the Peccatula?
그리고 T사에서
No, these are the Peccatula.
대대적인 실종 사건이 벌어지고 있다.
Considering what we're fighting. It's gotta be.
저기 당신들이 찾던 황금 가지가 저건가요?
At the end of the basement was a woman lying inside a coffin. Cathy! I assume? Cathy! And Heathcliff was the only one who immediately recognized her face. She appeared to be at peace, as though in a pleasant dream.
보이나? 저 관에 달린 기계 장치들이.
아래를 향한 레버 2개가 보인다.
Attached to the coffin was a golden bow, shimmering with the golden light we'd grown familiar with.
캐시, 기다려!
We're gonna save you, Cathy! The room, the glass pots, the chaos. None of it seemed to register for Heathcliff. He began sprinting toward the coffin like a madman. Don Quixote? There's the Alphys Association, I think. Don Quixote, who I was ready to see sprinting alongside Heathcliff, was standing still, aghast.
뭔가 큰 오해가 있는 것이 틀림없네.
A misunderstanding?
T사에서 실종되었다던 사람들이 명백하게 이곳 지하실에 갇혀 있는데 무슨 오해가 있다는 거예요? 보시오, 기계 근처에 서 있는 자들 말이네만 저택에서 보았던 자들이지 않은가?
Yeah, it's just a Umphis Association.
말일세, 나리들.
Oh no. Don Quixote's about to get a rude awakening.
본인은 세상 물정이 어둡고 눈치 없다는 소리를 자주 들었네. 하여 섣부른 오해를 하고 싶지 않네. 그러니 부디 답을 내주시게.
앞에 막고 있는 놈들 당장 비켜.
We're gonna have to fight them because It's probably going to be interpreted that Heathcliff is breaking the contract and going for the golden bow before the 7 lightning strikes.
이쪽으로는 접근 금지입니다.
금지? 지금 내 바로 앞에 개설인이 보이는데 캐시에게 향하는 걸 이 새끼들이 금지시킬 수 있을 것 같냐?
You go, Heathcliff.
벌써 여기까지 올 거라고는 예상 못했는데 뭐 아직 때가 되지 않았으니
Eh?
부산물을 풀어라.
The fixers began fiddling with the lab machines. You know, now I think about it, is there like a... Oh man, we can see it in the background. And the best part is, this isn't even the dungeon. So, we're gonna get a lot more interesting scenery later on. God, there's so much stuff happening. So unbelievably big. My mind can't take it. How could a game be this big?
피워보지.
Another Ricardo battle. Nah, I don't think so. I mean, if there was, I'd say that maybe the Josephine would have kind of been like that. But... Look, they aren't just cooks. Project Moon is not just cooks, right? They're chefs. Oh, god dang it, I still have yet to see Bygone Days Ego. Oh, wow, so this is resonance.
피워보지.
But yeah, so these pods, yeah, it seems like they're the same pods that were in Leviathan, where it's like, oh, there's people in them, and then for one reason or another, they get turned into the Peccatulum. You know, they couldn't fully distort or something like that. Imagine that. You get thrown into a pod, and then the next thing you know, you're a rolling stone.
손끝이라도 대려는 자가
I have
있다면
not, well, Gregor's Base Ego. I have used Gregor's Base Ego. But his was a Ted, I believe. Yi Sang's was the one that was a Zayn. So it replaces the Base Ego. Yeah. But god, I mean, imagine if Vigilius just came down here, saw these, and was like... Those red eyes, they'd glow with a menacing glare, the likes of which we have never seen. Come on, I just want to use the ego. Oh man. And again, this music. I went and looked at Lunatic's videos. You know, they upload the OST on YouTube. And I saw some of the comments even just mentioning that Canto 1 motif, or the Limbus motif that they have in the music, and I love that.
직접
I don't know, it just fills you with that feeling, that weird feeling, right? Finally! Let's see. Gregor still needs some lust, but... Sure, why not? Actually, yeah, why not? It's targeting all enemies, so... you're saying you are going to become a bit more sad, but it's for the glory. For the glory of the ego.
검나를 내게 바쳐주지.
Dang it.
여기가 이제 보자. 하나를 찔렀을 뿐.
불청객은 당장
Oh my god!
불청객은
Okay. First off, that was really, really long. Second off, I thought that they just straight up beheaded Issei for a moment. I was like, dear God, Project Moon, you didn't need to just rip his head off.
모조리 치워버린다.
God dang it, title text. Alright, so Sloth is our next boy. Has like some limbs, it's a bit more fleshy, with some stone. What are your passives? Great, can't see them. If this unit's speed is faster than the target, plus 1 clash power for each speed difference, max out 3. What? No. Inflict 2 bind, inflict 2 offense level down. Trigger tremor burst. Okay, so that's not actually that bad, but who the hell putting a possible 17 roll on the Peccatulum? Yes, Gregor. Okay. Also, I'm doing corrosions just because, I mean, you can kind of see the... It's harder to do corrosion than it is to do just, I don't know, the regular stuff. So, yeah. So you go there, you go there, and there we go.
어두운 무지를 열어줬지라.
버틀러들, 집사들은 어디 있는 거지? 미놈이 알고 있잖아.
Oh my god! I am not looking forward to facing that thing.
흐드러졌구려. 피어나라.
That is just straight out of a horror game. Like, the darkness going in and then just seeing... That right there is
정리하겠어.
corroded record jump scare. God.
불결한 것.
Man. I mean, just when you thought that things couldn't get any scarier from Ishmael's chapter, it's like... Project Moon was like, nah. We need to make it scarier. We need to make it worse.
다시 못살게 구는 일은 없을 것이오.
여기가 엽석이군.
Man, I did not realize how just on point my description for the stream was going to be. Unspeakable horrors. I just didn't think that the unspeakable horrors were going to be our sinners.
검나를 내게 바쳐주지.
밝게 열어젖힌다.
No, that is not the deranged skull ego gift. The deranged skull is a different thing. Although I do understand why that would be the case, or why you would think so.
불청객들을 남김없이
Oh,
모조리
man.
처리했습니다.
Look, they will get their time to shine, it's just they... You Okay, this is probably the Alfie people.
애도의 시간이군.
이건
사람들이 갇혀 있는 실험관에서 기어나오고 있어요. 이래서는 안 되는 거잖아요. 왜 최종들이?
The people.
말씀하세요.
우리 중 가장 유능하며 모든 걸 꿰뚫고 있는 그대라면 아마 충분히 알 것이라 생각하오. 하지만 알 수 있더라도 말할 수 없는 것들도 많으니 구태여 먼저 말하지 않아왔겠지. 그러니 내가 오늘 띄우겠소. 내게 이 장면은 결코 낯설지 않으니. 내 혹여 오해를 하고 있는 것은 아닌지 그대의 견해가 듣고 싶소. 이 실험 사람을 주제로 하고 있지 않은가?
파우스트에 의하면 이 실험은 황금가지의 동력을 이용하여 할 수 있는 수많은 방법 중 모든 가능성을 총동원하는 실험. 인간을 탄생시키는 실험. 모종의 인간을 만들어내는 실험이라고 합니다.
Both are human. You can
또한
do that yourself.
가능성의 폭을 조금 더 넓혀보자면
People can do that
이
already. You don't
지하실은
need this.
그저 동력을
weird
가동하는 시작
crap.
장소에 불과하며 이 저택 자체가 하나의 거대한 실험실이 되었다고도 볼 수 있겠군요.
Sometimes Faust looks like she's pausing to look at something before speaking.
이상 씨는 어떤 게 낯이 익다고 생각하시는 건가요?
생각이 아니라 보이고 있어.
Because
내가
maybe.
직접 설계하고 연구하였던 장치들이
Oh no.
그것은 결코 이런 식으로 쓰이길 바라고 연구한 것들이 아니오. 사람을 쓰고 더욱이 만들고
Poor Yisang.
해괴한 것을 위함이 아니었소.
얼굴이 많이 창백한데요. 그저 본인의 연구가 이렇게 쓰이고 있다는 사실만 문제인 게 아닌 거네요.
아, 더 두려운 사실이 있는 건가요? 이상 씨?
내가 두려워하는 것은 비록 내가 일부 설계하였다고는 하나 그 당시 내 벗들의 조력 없이는 결코 이루지 못했을. 결코.
Without the goopster, is he back? Yisang falls silent, unable to finish his sentence. He faces forward. That man is not the goopster. Someone else.
일찍이 알아보지 않았는가? 무어라 말이라도 해보시게.
반갑다는 말도 그렇지 않다는 말도 잘 지내냐는 말도 모두 어색하게 그지없어. 그러니 침묵만큼 괜찮은 답은 없겠지. 그대가 그 시절 침묵을 가까이 했듯이. 그렇지?
이 광경들을 보고도 그리 태연하게 말할 수 있는 것이라면 그대는 이미 이 모든 장면들을 일찍이 보아오고 있었나 보군. 아세아.
뭐 온전히 내 결심으로만 비롯된 일은 아니었네. 자네도 알지 않나. 내가 이 정도의 야망이 있는 그릇까지는 아니었다는 걸.
이봐, 함부로 얼굴을 드러내면
이미 다
Wait.
알려진 마당에 뭘 그렇게 숨기기 급급하나. 추하게.
So, okay. So first off, Asaya. I forgot that that was the guy in Leviathan. If he is, I could be wrong. I don't remember. But because I was wondering, oh, what's stopping these fixers from just adorning the Alfie Association attire? Is there like rules against that? Maybe not. Maybe these are ring
당신은
people.
이전부터 정말 지긋지긋하군. 이번엔 기필코 그분들에게 낱낱이 보고를.
그분들이라. 재밌군. 도슨트들을 말하는 건가? 아니면 마에스트로?
Okay, he was the scientist at the end of
루슈? 그
Leviathan.
명칭들은 분명 말했지. 저것들은 이상하다고.
I remember Ryoshu telling the Alfie Association fixers to stop, that there was something off about them. Then,
저것들 외우피가 아니다. 허접한 흉내를 내는 모조품들이지.
you hear that, Dawn? They're villains, which means that we have... Now by the hero's code, we have the opportunity to slay them. And then we're back to this.
먼지나게 패주지.
Alright, what sort of person are we dealing with?
피어나라.
Alright, so... I am a bit foggy on the... What is it? The pecking order in the ring. Is it Dawson's and then Maestro? Or is it the other way around? Because I thought it was... Dawson's are below... the level below Maestro. And Maestro's like the... I guess it would be like the big brother or sister equivalent, right? Actually, no, not big brother or sister.
열어드리죠.
여기가 뱃속이군.
Maestro is the highest.
정리하겠습니다. 불청객은 찌그러져 있도록.
But yeah, I don't think it said what the pecking order is. Oh yeah, check the names. Okay, before I kill you all, enamored researcher of the ring. Okay, what is this what is this baloney? And a clash power +1. No conditional, just sure, why not? Sanguine pointillism. Heal 2 SP on self when hit against targets with bleed. New panic type, misshapen painting. What the hell? Why are they... Oh, oh no. What is all this text? Okay, so this, at least, it looks very similar to Kurokoma Captain Gregor's S3 somewhat, except it's Pierce, and there's a little bit of differences, but... PM, what are you feeding these grunts?
내게 받쳐주지.
너도 걸레짝이 되어버렸군.
So another syndicate of the...
소맨이 단정하지 않군요.
다시 못 살게 구는 일은 없을 것이오.
Okay, so in terms of Limbus, the only ones, if you're a Limbus only player, I believe the only ones that you will have heard of are the... The only ones that you would have heard of are the middle and the ring. But if you played Library Ruina, there were two other factions that you would have heard of, which is the Thumb and the Index. Which would leave the ring as the, or leave the...
이곳은 그분의 초상이요. 가까이서 자세히
I was not expecting it to be like an infinite knife. Cool. But yeah, the only one that I think we don't have really much information on is the Pinky. It's the only one. Everyone else we should be good on. Alright, Gregor. Bring it all home.
저택을 안내해주지.
Okay, I thought this was going to go like... I thought we were going to go super mega horror and like, I'm gonna stuff these roots into your mouth.
이 칼날이 마침내 그놈의 검은 심장에도 박히게 된다면 좋겠어.
Into his cold black heart. Speaking of, I did... Okay, yeah, I've gotten all of the EX stuff. Yay, more Peccatula. Fantastic.
진리를 열기 위해.
You know what's going to be funny? We're going to get the... We're going to get to, what is it? Pride? And then its death variant? And just imagine it's just a car. Or just turns into a motorcycle. I can already see people saying, it's the vehicular manslaughter chapter. Uh-oh. Oh my god! So the gluttony Peccatula just yoinks you and then eats you. And then spits you back out. Oh yeah, it is only one wave. Oh yeah, I should be looking at the sin affinities, because I don't think the... I'm not sure if it reveals the affinities after you beat them. I don't think it does. Yep, it does not. I believe this one was Wrath and Pride. That was their weakness before. And this one is Sloth and Gluttony. Right? Let's find out.
어두운 무지를 열어젖히라.
흐드러졌구려.
깊게 닫힌 지성을 밝게 열어젖힌다.
즉시 퇴거하시죠.
Also Limbus X. And I forget that X is what they changed Twitter to. I don't think I'm ever gonna get used to that.
개운하게 정리됐어요. 아, 머리까지 너무 개운해진 것 같은데. 뭐, 다시 공부하면 되죠.
Alright, new enemies. New enemies means new things to kill us. What is your thing? Okay, I'm benching you.
전가요?
And yeah, I'm putting you... Actually, no.
다들 연장 챙.
Muller Ishmael, you're on the line. I want more sloth. I want to use the egos more. Okay, and then we just changed to Canto 4 music. Alright.
이 땅과 만인에게 손끝이라도 대려는 자가 있다니.
So ideal sinking team. Well, obviously it's going to have something to deal with Rodion. Because rhyme shank. The funny rhyme shank with a bajillion count and
일당과 만인. 손끝이라도
potency.
대려는 자가 있다면
Yeah, but what else?
정리하겠습니다. 불청객은 찌그러져 있도록.
I think maybe Aldous. Manor Aldous would be a decent pick. You're saying for whenever we're sinking the luge to... Oh my god! Gregor, no!
얼마나 비었겠나.
Gregor, you can't go dying on me yet!
안개가 거치고
I refuse
속에서만 그리워하던
to let that
숨을
happen.
볼 수 있는 건가?
I will not have Gregor dying. Any sinners
교육과
dying.
준비가
That is a
부족했습니다.
personal rule of mine. None of my sinners shall die in these fights. Okay,
열쇠가
Honglu,
필요하신가요?
Hongul, you are back on the
대도의
stand.
시간이군.
Oh, yeah. Yeah. With rolls...
먼지나게 패주지. I should have looked at that. God dang it.
Yeah, with rolls... I'd... With the ones that are not Wolpergy Knight, I'll admit I've kind of stopped rolling for those. I do like a 10 roll, maybe 20 rolls, but other than that, if I don't get like the IDs, then it's like okay, let's shard them because we need to save that war cash for whenever Wolpergy Knight comes around.
미끄러지는 꼴 좀 보라지.
New fast warrior support
불편하신
passive.
점이라도
Yeah, that could be good. Yeah, that could be good. Yeah. For my team, it's not going... That wouldn't be a good support passive, just because probably Heathcliff would be stealing all of the SP and just make him actively worse, but... Yeah, I think that could be
즉시 퇴거하시죠. 소매는
I think that would be a welcome passive.
정리하겠습니다.
Especially for the Refraction Railway if you want to do
모조리 치워버린다.
like a full sinking team, I guess. Anyway, Gregor, it's time for you to eat them.
내가 남길 말이 있나?
어두운 무지를 열어젖히라.
Five fragility. As fragile as a bag of bones.
어쩌거든. 집사들은 어디 있는 거지? 네 놈이 알고 있잖아. 당장 안 돼.
God, But the more I see that, the more terrified I am whenever we face that thing. Which I'm sure is going to be in the dungeon. But yeah, so... more negative coin IDs. Yeah. I know why they don't do as many negative coin IDs. I mean... What are the full negative coin IDs that we have? We have on the one side of the spectrum, Claire, who is lauded as being turbo busted, which personally I don't think he's turbo busted now. I think that has kind of gone away. And then we have the other side of the spectrum, Sunshower Heathcliff, which I love Sunshower Heathcliff, but I'll admit, he is... Oh man. He's like on the other side of the spectrum almost. You can make him work. It takes a lot of work to do that, but...
초대받지 않은 것들은
Yeah.
모조리 치워버린다.
Oh, I didn't even realize. So we have enamored research of the ring, mad research of the ring. Yeah, I mean, that's the same thing, just different name. Man, I must be really lucky. All of these have just been going to the enemy. But yeah, it's a really tough balancing. And of course there is like there is just the ever-present problem of like, oh, SP, they gain too much SP in the higher level stuff because the things that they kill just bring them all the way up to 45 SP. Or 45 sanity. And also they don't want to have another Claire situation, but I don't know. Like, at the very least, like, look at this. Look at this. This is an 18 roll on this. And it's like, okay, that's okay, but I don't think it's worth reducing this to just an 18. This one, I think this is neat, but like, we can have the power be a bit more, right? Yeah.
너희들은 분명 이 실험실의 의식 재료로서 쓰일 계획이었어. 얌전히 저택 위에 있어야 이치에 맞는 것인데 우리의 계획을 틀어지게 만들고 있군. 누가 너희를
Heathcliff's dead? Possibly dead?
일기장.
이러고
대답하면 믿어주려나?
This funny little book told us to come down here.
아세야. 왜 그립다고 생각했던 얼굴들은 항상 예상치 못하는 순간에 찾아와 먼저 다름질을 치는 것인지 나는
알지 않는가? 나는 주먹 다지면 영 젬병이었다는 거. 뭐 언젠가 자네처럼 거울을 써볼 수도 있으려나? 차라리 이곳에 자네도 같이 있었다면 조금 더 재미있었을지도 몰랐을 텐데. 아쉽게는 생각하지 말게. 예뻐셔. 곧 다시 볼 수 있을 테니. 이만 퇴장하도록 하지. 네, 많은 이의 몫을 맡고 있어. 정시 퇴근을 잘 못해.
Okay. Yeah. I just find it a bit funny. Like, hello everybody. Heathcliff is going through some pretty powerful emotions. Here, have a sad, depressed geese saying to go along with it. Our boy has not suffered enough, and you know what they say, suffering builds character. Yeah, struggling, hopeless. Although to be fair, I don't think I've leveled up some of these IDs. Like, not even to level 40, so it makes sense. At least I know that I haven't really done that with Yi Sang, I believe. Hey, he's level 35, so he was at the cap back in Canto 4. You know, not that long ago.
피워보지.
즉시
Yeah. Focus battles are definitely the main, you know, the most fun part. I do understand the need for human battles, though. Yeah, and with that being said, I am glad that they are willing to put more
하늘을 찔렀을
focused battles in the story instead of it just always being, what is it? Always regular fights? I'm gonna be honest, I forgot the exact terminology that they use for that. Hey, you know what? Why not? Bygone days.
먼지나게 패주지.
I can understand why they don't do it all the time.
피어나라.
With stuff like this, yeah. Regular battles, which just drag it through all of this and stuff. That's fine.
저 택을 안내해주지.
Also, now looking at the background, doesn't that kind of look like the background for Fey Lantern? For Bygone Days? Kind of does. Now, I'm not sure if that's meant to be like, oh, the world that Bygone Days... I should look up what the abnormality actually is, but... The abnormality for that resides in the same, I guess, sort of world, right? Adjacent to the
내가 남길
fairies.
말이 있나?
Portrait of a Certain Day, that's the name of it. Yeah. It could be that it's hinting towards, oh, they exist in the same universe, or it could just be that it's reused asset,
겁나를
which is fine,
받쳐주지.
you know. A win rate.
이곳은 그분의 초상이요. 가까이서
Friend of Knives.
자세히 보겠는가?
Deal 1 damage to all enemies and then draw a card.
미끄러지는 꼴 좀 보라지. 너도 관력적이 되어버렸고.
열어졌습니다.
초대받지 않은 것들을 모조리 치워버린 초대받지 않은 것들을 모조리 치워버린다.
God, the more I look at Chief Butler Altus's animation, it's like she does an overhead kick, heel kick on you, and then she just smacks you with her left hand, or with her hand.
그놈의 검은 심장에도 박히게 된다면 좋겠어.
Man, it's just full of sass. Maybe not sass, but... Major Drankapalin. Well, thank you, Project Moon, for giving me free lunacy in order to do this.
다음 5창까지는 돌아오겠습니다.
There was a change I was gonna make to something, but whatever. Let's just continue. Okay. We are facing this lovely individual, pointillist researcher of the ring. Alright, same sanity stuff. Okay, so. Clash, power +1. Heal 2 SP on self against targets with bleed. When an ally is defeated, gain 1 slot next turn. Clash win. All allies, including this unit, heal 3 SP. If target has 5 bleed, it's a 3 base with 6 on top. So 9. Reuse this skill on a what? 3 bleed, or overall possibility of 6 bleed in full count, so devastation. If target has 5 bleed, deal 30% more damage. Inflict offensive a down next turn, inflict 5 bleed. Offensive a down, 5 bleed. Basically just gain attack power up. Okay, so lose a clash. Don't clash with that sinner against this boy. Or girl, I don't know. Fantastic. Great. Target has 10 sinking. Coin power plus 7? Which on a gut... Okay, that's actually not as exciting as I was thinking initially. Yeah, you're right. The spears do look like paintbrushes. Which actually I guess is kind of the one of the dead giveaways that these people, there's something wrong. Because with Heathcliff's ID, his was like an axe. These ones, it's not an axe. Although it could... It could also just be that... Maybe that's like a weapon on a different sector of the Alfie Association. Okay, I need you to discard a lot of stuff because that ain't winning clashes, alright?
검날 네게 바쳐주지.
Hey, what was the member of the ring that Vergilius fought in Leviathan called again? That was a maestro, I believe. It was a maestro and a docent, actually, wasn't it? I thought it was both. I thought he fought both.
불청객은 찌그러져 있도.
Look, the 32k lunacy is just from saving up all of the unpaid lunacy. Although, yeah, it's for mainly that. Oh god, they're about to die. What are your other two skills? Coin power for every bleed. Inflict 10 bleed. Fantastic. Inflict rupture count equal to bleed. Inflict rupture equal to bleed. This is going to be put in on. This is going to be put on an ID in the future. Okay, attack power up. Attack power up. Defense level down. Oh, nice. This is like that one funny poise skill. Oh god. This is bad. This is really bad. Okay, well let's at least try to... I can't though. Oh great, and then Yusang is dead if I don't do anything about that. Okay.
손끝이라도 대려는.
Oh, jump soon. That's
요리에 대한 지식은 크게 도움이
okay, yep. That's...
나를 부르는 물소리가.
I would assume it was Asir who did the kidnapping. And if it wasn't directly, then he... I imagine that he directed the ring in order to do it. I don't think it's explained. Oh. Well, sometimes you just gotta live with your mistakes. Sometimes that's just the way it gets. Okay. I'll pay more attention to you, Aldous, I swear. So what should we do? There's a lot of piercing stuff. So maybe boatworks would be good? Actually, yeah, fantastic, great. A lot of the new IDs is weak to pierce. Great. Half of my roster is weak to pierce, so it's not like they can. It's not like they can keep tanking hits. Oh man. Also, another thing about the background, it kind of looks like a stage. Yeah, like that's the stage, and then this would be like the seats where you'd watch the performance.
불편하신 점이라도
30. Well, I guess that's because I didn't level up, so makes sense. That's on me. Oh no, this is going to be painful.
겁나를 네게 바쳐주지.
정리하겠습니다. 불결한
So I guess maybe it would be kind of it would be something if the dungeon for this one kind of makes this like a performance, like a theatrical performance. That would be nice. It would be different than like going inside a whale or going into another lobotomy corporation area. Why are you struggling with that? That's why. Your sanity is not high. Great. Actually, yeah, let's just focus on getting rid of the mooks. So the EX conditions for this, clear it in 10 turns. Imagine it is. Which I will say, I do hope that in the future the clear conditions do get a bit more exciting. Well, maybe not exciting, but that's a bit more different than just clear in X turns. You know, like they could do something like if I just stop talking, it's because I really do not want to lose to this interloper again. Actually, what even are your weaknesses? So you're not weak to blunt or pierce, probably slashing. So yeah, it would be nice if there were more EX clear conditions. You know, use this base ID. Not like, well, you have to use this certain ID. Because, I mean, obviously, that could get locked behind paywall. And that's not a good thing to do. But just like, oh, you have to use base ID Heathcliff. Or you have to use this Sinner. Like, oh, you have to use Heathcliff and Yisang for these battles. Because at the very least, they're somewhat relevant. There's stuff going on with them. I don't trust you, Greg. As much as I love you, I do not trust you not to lose the clash against them. Despite the fact that you should have better odds. Pain. Sadness. Suffering, even. Alright, so finally staggered. mega staggered him, so it should be a done deal, right? Yeah, it should. Gregor? Eat this fool.
이 땅과 만인에게 손끝이라도 대려는 자가 있다면
어쩌려다 집사들은 어디 있는 거지? 미놈이 알고 있잖아. 당장 안 돼!
God. It's just another thing gushing over. It's just Gregor's voice actor. Like even with I forget what the name of it is, but the Wa Eagle and the corrosion with it. Man, it's just so expressive. It does feel like he is just going insane. But yeah, finally.
다시 못 살게 구는 일은 없을 것이.
Although they're not dead apparently, so yeah, it really do be like that. They win one clash. Congratulations, you get stagger plus, or you're just dead. Ryosha stops one of the fleeing enemies with a swift swing of her scabbard.
내 놈들이 평소 무슨 예술을 하던 알 바가 아니었지만
The Gregnant
이번
ego.
작품은 조금 흥미가 가서 말이야. 외우피 흉내를 내는 약지 놈들이라. 팝아트가 테마인가?
이 자들이 약지 소속이라고?
What's the ring? The middle's neighbor or something?
이웃? 나도 잘은 모르는데 반쯤 정신 나간 조직이야. 그냥 아름다운 거라면 사죽을 못 쓰는 애들이라고.
자기들끼리
So Ryoshu.
갤러리를 운영해서 자기만의 작품을 전시한다곤 하지만 무엇도 내 취향은 아니야.
불쌍하군. 천묘파의 미학을 이해하지 못하다니.
마에스트로가 관여되어 있나? 어디 있지?
그분이 이런 곳에 계실 리가 있나? 그리고 이미 우리는 더 이상 약지 소속도 아니야.
그럼 뭔데?
Whew. Okay, it's good to know that we're not gonna have another finger on her tail like the middle.
그걸 선소리 말해줄래? 그걸 선소리 말해줄래?
Heathcliff tore the man's head clean off with a full swing of his club. None of this chaos mattered to him. Only the coffin he was walking toward mattered. Catherine's coffin. Come on, Heathcliff, it's your time.
힘 좀 더 써봤어.
And surprisingly enough, he has done the most damage.
애도의 시간이군.
What on earth could be left? It said that this was mystery enemies. Dead rabbits? Maids? Linton?
재미있어질 참에.
I don't think it'll be Linton. That would be a bit much. He's probably saved with a dungeon. What are you going to do, Heathcliff?
당연하잖아. 캐시를 꺼낼 거야. 적화 아닌지 실험 장치인지 모를 기계 속에서.
But what about...
여기 실험관에 있는 사람들은 어떡할 거냐는 헛소리가 나한테 들어먹힐 거라고 생각하진 마라. 내가 어떻게 되어먹은 놈인진 그리고 얼마나 참아왔을지 이쯤 되면 알만하잖아.
히스클리프. 잠시만요. 잘 찾아보면 동력을 멈출 수 있는 방법이 있을 거예요. 그런 다음에 이 관에 달린 황금가지를 습득한 후에
설명하려 들지 마! 그걸로 날 설득할 수 있을 거라고 생각하냐?
Maybe this is the time to beat the sense back into him, like we discussed earlier on the bus. And that's when... it's this guy again. Coming to pilfer my home.
당신 데드래비치들한테 무슨 짓을 시키고 다니는 거예요?
형님,
That's not your
지금까지 어디
boss.
있었어? 데드래비츠들이 어떤 꼬라지로 돌아다니는 줄 알아? 심지어 이상한 말도 들었어. 데드래비츠들이 오래전에
오, 진정해, 스플리퍼.
이건 내 집이었어. 빌어먹은. 거의 다 이긴 게임이었는데 그 망할 새끼가 갑자기 그 패를 내지만 않았어도.
하지만 힌들리 씨, 이런 문제는 좀 더 깊이 생각해봐야 한다고 제가 말씀드렸지 않습니까? 인생이 갑자기 유별나게 틀어지고 있다 싶으면 분명 그 원인이 어딘가에 몰래 숨죽인 채로 처박혀 있을 거라고.
맞아. 곰곰이 생각해봤지.
But Heathcliff, the fault lies with you.
어디서부터 잘못했는지. 처음부터 잘못 끼워진 단추. 그 하나 때문에 모든 게 틀어진 거였어. 그날 바람이 뒤지도록 많이 불던 겨울, 웬 거렁뱅이 자식이 부서진 바이올린 조각들과 함께 내 앞에 나타났을 때부터 그게 내 잘못 꿰어진 단추였어. 그때 그놈은 길바닥에서 그냥 얼어 죽어버렸어야 했지. 어떤 색깔도 없는 그 뒷골목에서.
진정하세요, 힌들리 씨. 제 부하들도 별로 없는 이 상황에서 저들이랑 괜스레 싸움만 부딪히면 좋을 게 없단 말입니다.
아니! 나 정도면.
설사 당신이 과거에 육체 시술을 받았고 아버지에 의해 기숙학교로 보내진 뒤 전투에 대한 훈련을 받았다고 해도요.
Henley glared at Matthew with a look of reproach for a moment, as though he was about to lash out at him for cutting his sentence short, then scoffed.
난 이 저택의 주인이었던 몸이야. 니놈들 같이 저택을 노리고 기어들어온 잡배들이랑은 다르지. 너희들은 내 뒤에나 붙어있던가. 저 새끼는 내가 죽여버려야 하니까 말이야. 진작에 그랬어야 했는데.
I've been waiting for this. But it is not a focused battle, so...
먼지나게 패주지.
Please tell me we get to beat up Henley. Please. Although admittedly... Yeah. Perhaps it's because of Matt, in quotations. Yeah, perhaps it's due to his influence that Henley ended up the way that he did.
이쪽으로.
피어나라.
Yeah, and even then, it's not like that's even...
미끄러지는 꼴 좀 보라지.
Even then, it's not as if that's actually Matthew, right? It could just be like a different version of the poor sod. Well, not of Matthew, but like of maybe an above-average villager or someone else. Got chucked in and was like, okay, we're going to
제거하시죠.
collect this version of you out from the mirror world.
나도 걸레
이제 보자. 하나를 찔렀을 때.
정리하겠습니다. 초대받지 않은 것들을 모조리 치워버린다.
Okay, so it's not time yet. Yeah, good. If we're going to beat up Henley, it better not be a human fight like this.
이 땅과 만인에게 손끝이라도 대려는 자가 있다.
Especially since I have some rather bad memories of rules of the back streets.
초대받지 않은 것들을 모조리 치워버린다.
Seriously, who thought it was a good idea to make rules of the back streets a non-focused battle? Actually, you know what? No. Giseng. Here you go. Okay, scratch that. Just the regular throwing of the knives.
먼지나게 패주지.
즉시 퇴거하시지요.
Jun trauma.
이곳은 그분의 초상이요. 가까이서 자세히 보겠는가?
얼얼하지? 정신 못 차릴 거야.
이젠 찌르 즐겨주마.
Then again, I wouldn't be surprised if they... I would not be surprised if they decide to blue ball us and not give us a Henley fight.
써봤어.
After all, that guy's not even worth our time. Oh. You know, maybe I should read more often. Okay, to be fair, it doesn't say the effective affinities on that. But...
파우스트가
Ooh, I was
맞이하죠.
worried that was another illiteracy moment. Yeah, I know what I said. I said what I said. And I meant every word of it. It may have been a crude way of putting it, but
손끝이라도 대려는 자가 있다면
it is what it is. So.
불결한 것.
Yeah, reading is not mandatory in the PM world with Project Moon games. Reading is an option. Oh, your sinners are dying?
겁나를
Ah, don't worry.
내게 바쳐주지.
You were going to use the corrosion engine, right?
기대하고 있는 건 아니겠지. 여기가 엽석이군.
Oh, actually, I need to check Gregor's sanity thing and see if there's anything new with that.
불편하신 점이라도
Okay, so that's normal. Makes
내가
sense.
남길 말이 있나?
Base value 10. Yeah, no.
불편한 점이라도 있으십니까?
I guess it's just normal. I would have thought that there would have been something else, but... Oh well, that's fine.
겁나를 내게 바쳐주지. 이제 보자. 하늘을 찔렀을 때.
So the last three fights are not bad.
꼬맹이 단정하지 않고 즉시 퇴거하시지요.
불청객
Which fight?
찌그러져 있도록.
Like this section?
너도 걸레짝이 돼버렸군.
Yeah. Yes! When in panic, reset SP to 0 at turn end. If this unit's SP is at 10 or less, negative 10 or less, gain offense level 3 offense level up. Okay. I feel like they're going to add more of these for human fights. Which is just like, oh, here's another version of it, but it's the same thing. This cannot be! Say it ain't so! Every time an ally is defeated, gain offense level down next turn. If this unit wins after 5 plus... If this unit wins after 5 plus clashes, deal 50% more damage? I think they're trying to phrase it. I think what they meant to say was, if this unit wins 5 or more clashes, deal 50% more damage. Because I mean, if this unit wins after 5 or more clashes, like, I mean, that's it. They just won. That's the end of the battle. There is nothing else. Damn plebs. I'll remove you. Make things right again. Get crushed. Guard. Gain 20 additional shield for every surviving ally. Alright, so... Okay, so that's just normal stuff. Nothing to be afraid of. Inflicting a lot of offense level down. Healing SP. Coin power +1 for every 3 offense level down. Inflict fragile. This turn and next turn. Inflict 2 paralyzed next turn. Deal 30% more damage for every 2 offense level down target. If target has 3 or more negative effects, reuse the coin, which is very unlikely. Oh yeah, that's why there are just no weaknesses, but he's weak to slash. Alright. This is just, I can't not do this. This is just a golden opportunity to use the ego. Even if it isn't effective.
이곳은 그분의
He might be the Donald Trump of Limbus.
자세히 보겠는가?
We need to put the damn plebs back in their place.
불청객은 찌그러져 있도록.
But yeah, man, what a character. What an infuriating character. Actually, I'll save that. I want to build up... Actually, no. There's no point in trying to build up sinking on them because it's just... It's all gonna go away thanks to the massive amount of coins that don't inflict sinking counts. I swear if I lose to this guy, I'm gonna be mildly upset. For a multitude of reasons. Not only because it's Hindley, and I don't want to lose to him. Why is there so many one-sided attacks? Where are my coins? Gregor! Eat him! Also, just like the fly wings on this thing. Actually, yeah, I don't think those are... It's not just wood. I think those are actually like bug legs now I think about it. Oh no. Okay, so I have 7 more turns to annihilate this buffoon. Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if we don't end up just killing Hindley. You know. Maybe he just gets knocked out. And then shipped off in the warp train to... Where was it? I forgot where it was going. I know it's essentially like an insane asylum, right? where he's getting put in rehabilitation
피어나라.
to become a better person, which is not happening. There's a snowball's chance in hell of that happening, but... Oh, beautiful resonance. Beautiful, beautiful resonance. Which, yeah, I think I like it.
이쪽으로.
M chord. Yeah.
저 택을 안내해 주지.
Look, even if he has 7 slots, that doesn't matter. We have 12 slots. And this guy has no sanity. He is in shambles.
그분의 초상이요. 가까이서 자세히 보긴.
He's not recovering from this anytime soon. Okay. Yeah, I just remember the name of the place. Like, it sounds like, oh, you know, we're going to put you in rehabilitation at Tartarus, which sounds like a place that you'd put the worst of the worst. Yeah, 7 coins isn't much. And I'm surprised he has as much sinking as he does. And of course we gotta end this off with a bang. We have to.
먼지나게 패주지. 버틀러들, 집사들은 어디 있는 거지? 미놈이 알고 있잖아. 당장 안 돼!
Yeah, no, we're not gonna win raid, alright? If we have the opportunity, we've gotta end them in a flashy manner.
핸들리님, 그러게 누차 말씀드리지 않았습니까? 검은색의 풀을 조심해야 한다고.
What does that even mean?
너!
데드 레비츠 보스는 힌들리가 고용한 자가 아니었나요?
Of course not, he's a buffoon.
맞지.
It's obvious.
힌들리가 저희와 싸우도록 그리고 화를 내도록 부추기는 것처럼 보이는 거죠.
그리고 검은색 풀이라는 건 뭘까?
Yeah, that's what I was saying, Gregor.
모르겠어? 검은색 클로버를 말하는 거야.
I still don't know what that is.
포커의 카드, 클로버 카드 문양과 색깔 말이야.
Oh, okay.
이 칼날이 마침내 그놈의 검은 심장에도 박히게 된다면 좋겠어.
Let this blade find its way into his black heart. A violin. Alright, Okay, so this is actually a really big brawl. Okay.
다음 5창까지는 돌아오겠습니다.
Every skill consists of at least 1 coin.
젠장, 그래 너였군. 그것 또한 너였어.
The fault lies with you,
아니,
Matt.
언제나 그랬어. 내 주변에는 늘 날 등쳐먹고 호시탐탐 뒤통수 치려고 노리는 새끼들뿐. 내가 설 자리는 없었지. 워더링 하이츠, 이 넓고 커다란 집안에서조차 왜? 침입자는 저 망할 불황자 새끼인데! 뭐? 누구야?
Hold on, whoops.
왜?
Sorry, I just love that.
저 망할 불황자 새끼인데! 왜 내가 그런 대접을 받아야만.
I will say though, whoever the voice actor is for this, damn good job. And he begins flailing his arms at nothing, then speaks into the void. Carmen.
당신 말이 맞아.
Distort. Distort. Come on, you know we want to.
조그맣고
All they wanted was...
근사한 바이올린을 받고 싶었던 것뿐이었어. 하지만 난 병든 개마냥.
So this is either distortion or ego. I think it's distortion, but I think it's maybe ego.
당연하지. 소리쳐서 읊어줄까?
Nope, it's distorting.
신달리. 미안한 소리지만 난 이놈이 자식이라고 여겼지 않아. 차라리 히스클리프가 더 내 자식 같구나.
나의 옛 벗이었던 동랑처럼 저마다
But wait, he was...
괴로움의 다들 보이지 않는 누군가와 대화를 나누듯 중얼거렸어.
I thought that got deleted from his memory, but he actually remembers. Okay, so there's no excuse for why there wasn't... why Dong Rang doesn't come back. There's no excuse for that, then.
그 후에는
Marsault, can you stop? Marsault, knock him out!
저자를 향해 다가가려 해도 그만큼 밀려나는 느낌이 듭니다.
Marsault, get him!
모노리스 때와는 달리 이번은 정석적인 뒤틀림. 파우스트에 의하면 뒤틀림은 필연처럼 진행되기 시작합니다. 뒤틀림
Ordained by
주체의
fate
강한 의지
itself, you
없이
say?
물리적 개인만으로는 해당 현상을 사전에 막을 수 없습니다.
Then...
뒤틀림이 발현되는 것이죠.
그래. 그래야지. 내게 워더링 하이츠를 지킬 이유는 없어. 단 한 가지다. 한 번도 날 환영해 주지도 않은 이 집을 보이지 않나? 워더링 하이츠는 썩어가고 있어. 이 코가 썩어 들어갈 것 같은 끔찍한 악취. 안 느껴지냐? 이게
Oh no, he's turning into an apple!
모두의 증오가 서려 있으니까 놀랄 일도 아니지. 그래, 캐서린도 죽어가면서까지 날 증오했을 테니까. 자, 그러니까 워더링 하이츠는 이제부터 썩어서 무너지는 거야. 놀랄 일도 아니지.
The Beast. Hindley, the Reaved Lamenter. This would have been a perfect opportunity for Red Hooded Mercenary and Little and soon-to-be Battle. So, if in panic was set to 0, this unit's panic type does not change when inflicted with an effect that changes panic type, so Echoes of the Manor, essentially. Instead, this unit is inflicted with an effect that is inflicted against targets without SP. HP does not drop below 40% for one turn. Gains a new pattern. Hatred. Offense level. Defense level. Isn't that just the same thing? Okay, well I guess it's like... It's separated because this is only one for next turn, and then this is one for this turn and next turn. Oh wait, no, that's panic effects, whoops. I can read. Increases by 10 after defeating a unit regardless of level. Decreases after losing a clash. So, like... Kim, yeah. So Corn heal, it heals. If this unit speed is faster, target flash power +2, bleed count, and bleed. Oh, great, fantastic. Reuse the coin. I love it. This remain shield, gain 4 protection. Tonight, we hunt the beast. Oh, crap. Okay, Heathcliff, you take that. You do that. Actually, no, because then we'll inflict sinking, which then should hopefully have enough to push it over the boundary. And then why not? Inflict more sinking.
정리하겠습니다.
Thought it was a pig. Yeah, I figured that. I'll admit, it is sort of adorable, though. Like, look at all of that fur. Look at how floofy he is. I know it's weird to say that, considering who he is, but... How dare you? Of course it's a UT3 spice push. Look, I may have a lot of thread, and then I could just uptie him to 4, but look, it wouldn't have done much anyway, okay? Inflict bind. Well, that's not good. Any new stuff? I don't think so. Oh, great. This is not going to go so good. Also, how are you... Okay, well, I guess it's because the coin values are greater, right? Okay. But yeah, I'm just wondering. Negative 45. Okay. I should be winning. Oh, wait. That's going to be reset to 0, huh? Because of the 1 passive.
피어나라.
Oh. Oh, that's not the turn end. %50 chance to gain sinking count when gaining potency. Minus 10% of the heads. Yeah, I mean, he's practically done so. Like, not only because of the sanity and panic, but also just funny echoes of the manor. Which, congratulations, you will get more. Man, but that does make me wonder. Is Linton going to get like a ego? Because I mean, we have his ID, so I imagine we're going to fight Linton at some point, right? Actually, before that, I do like how this is different from... It's like, whoa, my god, that's a lot of sinking counts. Like, who needs Rhyme Shank when you have these? Echoes of the Manor. hell? Why is he... Marked prey. With every hit this unit takes, take bonus slash damage equal to 10% of the HP damage taken. Inflict inferiority complex after attack then expires. You know what? I'm interested to... Oh, crap. Yeah, okay, well, we're not avoiding that, unfortunately, but... we can at least do something. But... oh yeah, as I was saying, yeah, I do like how this is like the opposite of Yi Seng's Canto. Yeah, it's sad. The guy was manipulated, played for a fool, played like a fiddle. And his reward? Distortion. Although, you know what? Maybe he's going to undistort. And then he won't die. And then we ship him in the box in the warp train and get sent to the asylum, the Aslu. But yeah. I like how this... would you stop that, please? I like how this is the opposite of Yi Seng's Canto. Where that one we fight an ego user in the story before the dungeon. This one, we fight a distortion before the dungeon. It's neat. I enjoy it. And this man's about to... inferiority complex. Every time this unit is hit, take 20% of HP damage times 1 damage. Or just put simply take 20% more, or 20% of the damage taken. Inferiority complex into alcoholism, and then distort. Okay, also, tell me, was this a battle where we have to clear it under a certain turn count? Because if it is, then... funny sinking delusion coming. Okay, well that's not... I was hoping for limbillion damage. Yeah, it's sad. I mean, it's like it's a situation where he just... What happened to Yi Seng? Where's Heathcliff? No, where's Yi Seng? I heard and saw that last frame of him bleeding out. Oh no.
글쎄, 어딘가에서 게으르게 골아떨어져 있지 않을런가 모르겠군. 어이, 히스클리프! 어디 처박혀 있는 거야? 캐서린 아가씨가 오랜만에 행차했잖니. 다른 하인들처럼 잽싸게 튀어나와서 인사해야 하지 않겠냐?
Little baby Cathy.
히스클리프, 왜 그렇게 시무룩한 얼굴이야? 나를 잊었어?
Baby Heathcliff.
건방지구나, 히스클리프. 누가 감히 내 동생에게 무례하게 굴어도 좋다고 허락했지?
왜 나를 비웃는 거야?
뭐라고? 왜 그렇게 말하는 거야? 난 너를 비웃으려고 한 적 없어. 너야말로 나를 오랜만에 봤는데 왜 그렇게 부르퉁해 있는 거냐고. 그리고 왜 이렇게 더러운 거야?
더럽다고? 그래, 맞지. 난 이렇게 태어났으니까. 나는 더러운 게 좋고 앞으로도 그렇게 살 거야.
I'll be as filthy as I want.
무슨 히스클리프가 나를 처음으로 거절한 날, 오빠는 세상을 다 가진 듯한 만족스러운 표정으로 모든 장면을 보고 있었어. 헛간으로 가버린 히스클리프는 울었을까?
캐서린, 이 교활한 것, 네 남편과 작당해서 내 집을 빼앗아! 아버지가 내게 물려주신 유일한 것마저!
어릴 때 받은 상처가 오빠의 발목을 잡고 있는 것처럼 살지 않길 바랐어. 그 상처를 무기로 휘두르면서 히스클리프를 때리고 나를 상처 입혔지. 나는 오빠가 건강해질 수 있도록 내 모든 힘을 다할 거야. 하지만 오빠가 모든 기회를 걷어차서 스스로 그 구렁텅이를 향해 걸어가는 걸 택한다면
Uh-oh. Well, this is a bit of an issue.
내가 남길 말이 있나?
Oh man, but even just playing the sad music. I might define lament for what's about to happen to me. Uh-oh.
모든 것을 돌내더라도
Oh no. 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 All in one moment. There is no way that this is just from one sinner dying.
시들 수밖에 없는 운명.
Oh, fantastic. We can still come back from this. We can still come back from this, okay? We still have a shot. We don't have a shot. We don't have a shot. I'm sorry. But Ishmael is for sure dead.
죄송합니다. 응대에 문제가
Okay,
생긴 것
so
같습니다.
what did we learn? Yeah, what did we learn? Bleed is one hell of a thing. So don't lose clashes, and that's it. It's as simple as that. Way to rub salt on the wound. This fight is considered easy. But I do want to stick with the... I would like to stick with the sinking crew, so... I'm not. I refuse. I refuse to do that. I will not yield to that.
전가요?
What were his skills again? There was slashing. Slashing and blunt. Okay, so we can use you for that. And then... Okay, well that's probably not the... There we go. Keep sending... Actually, no, that's not good. I don't know. Let's just go with it.
뭉개버려주지.
I will not yield the flesh to claim the bone.
검은색 불.
I will do that when all else fails. Alright, if I cannot do it this time, then I will yield my flesh to claim his bone. Look at this! Look at that! That's a 14, and then this is just a 12! Alright, so... It sucks that that's the... on the bottom.
일단과 만인에게 손끝이라도 대려는 자가 있다면
Which then again, you know, Werewolf Hindley, you know what, that makes sense. I mean, it's a classic monster for a British setting, right? Or an English setting.
정리하겠습니다. 불결한
Yeah. And this time I will read, okay? I'll actually do... I'll pay attention to the skills. Because I think the thing that screwed me over was the... What is it? It was the marked prey. I think maybe that was what screwed me over. Yeah. Oh, that's him. This would be... Altus. Or as Escu likes to call him, Otis. I hate that. But yeah. Okay.
검날 내게 바쳐주지.
피어나라.
You know, I should be saving that sinking deluge for later. At least whenever his SP is down to the negative 45. Otis.
여기가 엽석이군.
Yeah. Also a thought that haunts me that you shall be haunted with. If you pronounce it Otis, just know, Blade Lineage, Otis, BL Otis, Blotus. That's a thought that's been in my head, and now you have to live with it as well. Okay, I can deal with offense level up. Problem is just count. Yeah. Actually, yeah, that's where all of the bleed count came from. Just from reusing that second coin. Oh, come on.
피워보지.
Alright. And then after that, we evade all of his bleed. And then we'll be Gucci. Or, you know, I just don't have to worry about it because just stagger. Yeah. I think we need more counts at the moment. Count, count, count. Beat him to death. And then, yeah. But yeah, I'm assuming there's no other... Wait, is the mark just applied after the... Oh, unless you're talking about, like, the threshold. In which case, no, that is not no, but... Unclashable. Yeah. I still have much to learn in the art of reading, apparently. But, what was I going to say? I'm assuming this is the last battle. Which makes sense. Before the end point. And then we get to the dungeon. Heathcliff, you're at negative 19 sanity. You're a negative coin AD. What are you doing rolling heads? And you said you were dominating this clash. You saying? Lies. A bunch of lies, all of you. Time for me to distort. Okay, so Envy's the S1. I can't clash with anything. Fantastic. I guess I just have to evade. It's not what I wanted to do, but... Yeah. I would use Ego, but I mean, the problem is the inevitable, like, hits that are going to be taken. And I don't want to give him any more haste than he already has, so... Yeah. And I can live with the bind here. Unless... oh no! Unless, of course... the Rodion, the AC of Rodion just decides to roll all tails.
이곳은 그분의 초상이요.
That is still so cool, though. I love
자세히
that.
보겠는가?
What should we do? What should we do? I don't want him to corrode, is the problem. And actually, Heathcliff is definite. That's why he died. He's weak to slash, so... Outis, you do something about that. Oh, so yes, laugh at me. I have not uptied Rhyme Shine. So I don't get the full, like, 5 count, 5,000 sinking on hit with it. Okay? Laugh at me all you want, but I have my priorities. You know? My priorities are in the right place. Such as Chef Gregor, uptying him to 4. Look, I like uptying the lesser known IDs. I'm putting them in my, what is it? The team thing? You know, and the friends thing? And then you can share it, right? Yeah. At least, like, doing it with the weaker IDs like that, just because I could. I know a lot of people are not going to want to do that.
헤스클리프는 어디 있어?
Yes, yes, Henley bullied Heathcliff. And now we're sad. Somber. But yeah, I don't want to have anyone that does not have evade for that. But yeah. I enjoy giving the lesser used IDs like that. Having them uptied. And having them on the team, just in case someone else would want to use them. For whatever ungodly reason why you would want to use... Zwei Association... Rodion. It just simply cannot be. How did you lose that, Faust? But yeah. Maybe I should put my friend code out there. Yeah. At the very least, you know, it's like I know that a lot of people typically have like the 3-star IDs on their... Yeah, she's dead. Oh no! I still find it unbelievable that this is all just from one thing. That's a little bit unfair, don't you think? We're all corroding anyway. Might as well, right?
시들 수밖에 없는 운명.
버틀러들, 집사들은 어디 있는 거지? 네 놈이 알고 있잖아. 당장 안 돼.
This fight is considered easy.
고작 여기서 쓰러진다면 그놈이 날 얼마나 비웃겠나.
모든 것을 토해내더라도.
Yeah, Aldous was... Yeah, that was the secret. All of them were Autists fans. They were Autists. And then once that went away, it was all over. They lost all hope. Started to corrode.
순환의 고리가 일순한다. 너는 즉시 사라지리라. 그것이 세상이니라. 그것이 곧 나이니라.
But hey, they're not going to be staggered. And their SP will be reset to 0. Okay, I'll admit. I'll admit it. Alright. I'm probably screwing around too much.
버릴 거냐?
Okay. Alright, I'm done screwing around. Alright.
계약이 또 어그러져.
잠시.
그대.
It's time to claim the
이건
bones.
필요하오.
Yield the flesh to claim the bones.
검은색 불.
No, say it ain't so. Say it ain't so. Don't tell me there's 2 more fights after this. Like, surely this is the only one, right? Because it's... No, we're saving that for later. Surely not, right? Damn, you're done. Yeah. Just started yet? What? Oh. If you are talking about Limbus, if it was supposed to be for this. Oh, oh man. All these losses are just ruining my brain even further. Oh no.
된다면 4월을 건너.
Mandatory reading. Hey, is it just me or is anyone else hearing a voice? A funky little voice. She tells me these sweet things, you know, that... Yes, I'm in the right. Yes, it's not my fault. It's this game. It's these sinners, right? How come there's a... How come whenever I'm in positive sanity, I just roll heads? Oh boy, here comes the funny. Oh, I didn't even check sin affinities. Wrath, lust, gloom, envy. Well, crap. All sin affinities that I am not really strong against, so... Dawn, you've disappointed me before, but I'm placing my hopes on you. Please don't fail me this time, okay?
죄를 새겨주겠어.
No! Thank you, more salt. Ugh. You know, the funny voice. I swear if Dawn lost that clash, I would have done anything, but I would have been disappointed. You know, actually, maybe I should have kept Heathcliff on... Yeah, maybe I should have kept Heathcliff on Sunshower, just because I forgot about the SP loss. Uh-oh, that's not good. Everyone else has to clash. Which actually is not too bad. Certainly it's victories all around.
된다면 4월을 건너.
But I don't want to win the clash with Yield My Flesh. I want to lose the clash and then claim his bone. Claim his bones. Alan, right. Alan. Yeah, that Alan. You know, the Alan. Yeah, who might be ruining that? That Alan. The Alan with the thing. That Alan, right? Look, I've placed my trust in this game. Like, you see this? Dominating. 40. I should win this clash, right? I should. But watch. Watch Dawn, through some sheer magic beyond my understanding, somehow lose the clash. that evades me. So I don't want to deal with it. Hey, and his friend. Don't listen to Carmen.
모든 결과들은 파우스트가 알아요.
What the funny voice, though? The funny voice. You know, you were right. Instead, I will... Well, I won't manifest ego. I'm not that strong, okay? But...
외우 피해 적법한 무력 행사다.
Finally! I've been waiting for this. Sorry if I keep saying that. I just love Akihiko's line from Persona 3. But actually, you know what? Genuine question. Actually, you know what? No, never mind. I imagine I just wasn't keeping track of their sanity. And so whenever units died, they were brought low enough to
혼수는 금기다.
distort, corrode. Because otherwise, I don't understand how all of my sinners managed to corrode with only one ally dying. That doesn't make any sense to me. I think it's time. As long as Henley rolls heads, I think it's... What? Oh. Oh yes, of course, unclashable. That's what you love to see. No. I forget. Man, I just forgot that even though those are unclashable, you don't have to just take the damage. You could just evade. That's an option. Yes. That's what we love to see, a 48 damage. Like, look at that. It's so pitiful. Okay, so this is something that I think we do need to send this to PM, but these are not inflicted on the turn that we get marked prey. These are supposed to say that these are all inflicted next turn. Alright? Look, you can't blame me if the game itself is just wrong. Alright? You cannot blame me for being wrong and misreading something that is literally worded wrong in the game. Okay? This is not a illiteracy moment. This is a PM blunder.
아름다운 것, 그렇지 않은 것.
Oh boy. Wow, that did 0 damage. Or at least the crit did. Oh, okay, I see. Reached the threshold, that's why it's doing. Oh, I should have waited a bit longer for some of my attacks.
헤스클리프는 어디 있어?
Yes, take more damage, you damn wolf. Okay, well, Sinclair, you are not clashing that. Fine. Oh, But the... Ah. Man, I was excited for a moment, but then I saw that protection, and that just ruined it. Oh man. We definitely want that. Also, swordplay of the homeland is also a thing, so we could also do that. And then...
혼수는 금기다.
Yeah, I trust you saying more to win those rolls. Okay. And then there's also just ego. Gotta remember that that exists.
죄를 새겨주겠어.
Yeah, he would have lost that clash.
이 스며들 듯한 비. 우선
30
세진을
seconds.
모르겠어.
Yeah. Lovely, 15 damage. That's what we love to see. But yeah, I imagine that the whole thing with this is you want to keep him in low sanity, especially for that shield. So that he doesn't get 4 protection. Man, he's using that so much. Like, stop. And 65%. These effects no longer apply as long as they have been activated at least once. After clash, deal 10% of the damage. Delta is that. Predation. Which is a... I know that that's a passive on an abnormality. Either in Library of Rona or... What is it? Limbus. How did I forget the name of the game I'm playing right now? That's... severe brain rot kicking in. And then yeah, I think we should be good, right? Oh wait, no, because that happens first. Hey, but I have 3. Where did I get the 3 protection from?
금기다.
Where did that come from? Oh yeah, it came from Sun Shower. That's right. And actually, I need to do that. Because of course, this wolf is strong against pride. Yeah, I will admit, the only reason why this battle is taking much longer than it should is because I'm using the blade lineage. Yeah, if I wasn't using blade lineage, then this would have been a much easier time. Oh no. Oh no. Okay, what's... Okay, we get to claim his bones. The bones have been claimed. Twice.
배워냈어요.
Finally.
이것만큼은 확실하지. 캐서린이 죽었다. 네가 이 저택에 굴러들어온 탓이라고. 역시 넌 이 집에 와서는 안 돼. 새끼였다는 거네.
그래봤자
Rope
네
now.
아버지는 나를 더 좋아해. 지금 따뜻한 난로불 앞에 서 있는 건 너지만 네 아버지 마음속에 서 있는 건 나라고. 더러운 뒷골목에서 주워온 나.
Damn.
아, 가엾은 히스클리프. 그 말만큼은 하지 말았어야 했는데.
개새끼가. 때릴 테면 때려보던가. 내게서 난 상처를 보고 네 아버지는 뭐라고 생각할 것 같아?
히스클리프를 분에 찰 때까지 매질할 때도 아버지가
There's no way
돌아가신
that's a
후에도
spoiler. There's no
아마
way.
그 말은 오빠의 가슴 속에 영원히 뿌리 깊게 남을 테지. 맞아. 힌들리 오빠는 그때부터 히스클리프가 자신이 가진 모든 걸 다 빼앗아갈 게 틀림없다고 믿기 시작했던 거구나.
돌려줘. 돌려줘. 내 집도, 바이올린도, 내 미라도.
Oh man, I feel bad for him now. Almost. I almost feel bad
승부수가
for him.
먹혀들었군. 판세는 완벽히
Naturally.
우리에게 있었다. 정착지를 찾을 때까지 이 기세를 잃지 않기를.
Don't worry, Don. You did a lot more good with your evasions. Okay, back to sinking shenanigans.
고통 없이 지식을 얻지 못한다나 뭐라나.
The full lies with you, Heathcliff. He did not seem to mind at all that his client had died right before him. Okay, well, scratch him having any redemption.
형님, 왜 웃는 거야?
저자 왜 관 앞에 서 있는 거죠?
의중은 알 수 없다. 다만 관에 달린 레버의 개수가 하나 더 늘었다.
언제부터?
정전이 찾아왔던 직후부터.
어떻게 웃지 않고 견딜 수 있겠어?
Is it just me, or were the shutters kind of closing on the coffin?
아무리 오래 기다려야 한들 상관없으니 내가 다가가기 전까진 절대 죽지 말기를. 매일 생각했지. 저런 놈에겐 어떤 죽음이 제일 어울릴까? 매번 볼 때마다 어떤 것도 마뜩찮았고 어떤 장면도 제대로 된 만족을 주지 못했지만
매번?
He's seen the mirror.
이런 죽음도 나쁘지 않고 추악하고 패배감의 냄새로 가득 찬.
그 레버를 당기면 이곳이 정전이 되고 무언가가 일어나는 거지. 당길 생각인 거야?
그래.
Before anyone had the chance to stop him, Heathcliff bolted up to the machine and grabbed the dead rabbit's boss by his collars.
아까부터 이상하다고 생각.
What is this? Just the Distortionator 2000?
형님이 안 본 사이에 머리가 획가닥 돌아버려서 두들겨 패야지만 제정신이 돌아오는 상태던가. 그게 아니라면 감히 형님의 흉내를 내고 캐서린에게 가까이 가서는 안 될 미친 개새끼던가. 네가 정말 형님이라면 그 이름을 똑바로 대봐.
It's Matthew. Matthew.
그 아니었나 보군. 여기서는.
뭐?
New music.
아니랬군. 열심히 그놈을 따라 해대느라 꽤 적지 않은 시간을 낭비했는데.
Wait.
이렇게 말이야. 아니랬군. 열심히 그놈을 따라 해대느라 꽤 적지 않은 시간을 낭비했는데.
I think I know.
앉아서 맥주나 따라봐라, 히스클리프. 오늘도
Oh.
불이 날씨니까.
I think I know who this is. It's not just any old fake Matthew. I don't think he's just any old fake Matthew. Which is funny because Oh yeah, I'll turn up the music just a bit. Just for a bit, okay? I'll let it soak in. And then we're gonna turn that back down. Oh boy, we are reaching unbelievably high amounts of peak that I didn't think were possible. Just when you thought we reached peak, once again, we elevate ourselves to new heights.
직접 알게 함이라.
여기가 엽석이군.
Oh, it is a plot twist. Could you stop rolling heads for a moment, boss? Please. Wait, do the rabbits have a new passive that's making me lose SP? Why did I lose SP in the clash? Or was that just a skill? No. Oh, that's why. Yeah, I forgot that was the thing. Do I really want to take that damage? No, I don't. I'd rather the rabbit gets more SP than... Man, I really need more units with SP that give SP. Because god, this is not good. Yeah, no, I don't think I can. Don't think I can take that. Trust in the process. Trust in Butler Faust. Fellas, I think my faith is wavering here. My faith is wavering, people. Oh no. Oh, no. No. Stop. Oh, no.
제게 주어진 일을
정리하겠습니다. 불결한 것.
And then, of course, Heathcliff wins his clash. Yes, because that's exactly what I wanted to happen. Oh my, even the skill names. Although this is not lore accurate, Heath, because there is not a lust skill. Actually, yeah, I could just tank it. What am I doing? Just do all of this and then tank the damage. Yeah, and I believe that would be first, and then
검나를 내게 바쳐주지.
you know, I would have been more surprised if Otis somehow won this clash. You know what would have been peak? Like, if even the skill animations were the same as, you know. How come Heathcliff can't get this? How come his guard doesn't do that?
직접 알게 함이라.
어?
Endless disappointment.
저택을 안내해주지.
You know what? Pardon me, I will be giving this up. However, with consideration for me realizing who this is,
교육과 준비가 부족했습니다.
I am changing this with the good old original.
몸이 찌뿌둥하던 참이었어.
Now the question is, do I want to have less
그러신다면
units so that I can
언제든.
do more stuff, or what? What do I want to do?
다들 연장 챙기죠. 다들 연장 챙기죠.
Yeah, that's good. There we go.
애도의 시간이군.
Oh wait, he has sin affinities, huh? Gloom, envy, and I imagine that he doesn't take as much damage from everything else, so. Alright, Base Heath, you haven't disappointed me before. Do not disappoint me now.
불편한 점이라도 있으십니까?
Alright, that's something I can't somehow.
뭐죠?
Not you.
불편하신 점이라도
오자 터뜨려주지.
Oh yeah, I know I didn't bring a sixth person. I want Heathcliff to have 2 coins.
여기가 급속이군.
Okay.
정리하겠습니다.
I know I could bring the warp crew, but I'll admit, I don't want to bring the warp crew. I don't know, it's like... There are other teams that are more interesting, and I know that warp crew gets the job done, but... I'm not here just to get the job done, alright? Oh god!
고작 여기서 쓰러진다면 그놈이 날 얼마나 비웠겠나.
Which is the better bat bash? Like, look at that, even that. Look at the mirror images of that. You cannot tell me that that is not cool. Who are you targeting? Oh yeah, Gregor's toast if I let that happen.
먼저 간다.
저 밑에서
Wait, why didn't he...
그 물을 한 모금 마시기 전엔
Was there a skill that I missed? Fellas, I swear I'm not this bad at the game. I swear I can do good. I promise. Okay. So... Sin affinities. It was envy and gloom. Those were the sin affinities. Nah. No, I couldn't. I could also just have fish mail. Envy and lust, so it's probably envy, gloom, lust, right? What were the other rabbits weak to? Piercing? Look, okay. So it's not Queek Egg level of difficulty, but... I mean, whether they clear with intent... Okay, that doesn't make this any less stressful. Good to know. Everything resistant to pierce, eh? Good to know. Good to know. Thank you for that information. So what do I need? More evade units would be nice. What is this one weak to? Lust, gluttony. So he's good on the front of that. Mariachi Sinclair's not going to really be a good pick here, but... But blunt is the biggest thing though, so stuff that's resistant to blunt would be nice. Although the pierce is also a problem, but... yeah. Okay. This time I will not just immediately quit if a sinner dies. If a sinner dies, we just ball, alright? We go along with it. And hope that we can somehow squeak out a victory from the jaws of Doppelganger here.
내가 남길 말이 있나?
So I should have replaced his base ego with something else other than that. Okay, so we can take some damage there. Now the question is... Thing is, I don't want to use that. It could also be the answer is just not to interact with it. Lust, envy, and I assume gloom is the other thing for that, right? It would make sense. I don't want the rabbits to get any more sanity. Yeah, okay. Because there's some damage that we can take. Like that, for example. So it might be in our best interest to just not interact with the coins. Don't give him any more reason to gain sanity.
정리하겠습니다. 불결한 것.
Although the longer this goes on, the more Heathcliff is going to lose flashers. Okay, so... As unfortunate as it is... Why... That's because of Count, lack of Count. God, what is it? Oh, why did it have to revolve around Count?
뭐죠?
Yeah, because if she gets smacked, then it's like whatever. It's not too bad. It's better than him winning a clash and then just getting absurd amounts of SP as a result. I'm really hoping, Gregory, don't fail me. This is going to hurt a lot if you fail me.
이 땅과 만인에게 손끝이라도 대려는 자가 있다면
Good. No, Heathcliff, don't! Okay, well that sucks. But hey, lots of sinking count, so... Man, a large problem of this is just our lack of sanity and their huge amount of sanity gain. You know what? No, I won't. I won't go after the servants. After the other rabbits. Yeah, I can take that. I can also take that. Okay, I can't take that, but... What the hell is this piece of crap? Okay. Yeah. Okay, consume 5 count and target and heal SP equal to There is also just funny ego. That's also an option. Okay. And I would like to lock that in as my answer. Also, just look at that stylish clothing on Gregor. Oh! That was another thing I didn't notice. On the... well... crab cakes. The other thing I didn't notice in the ego background of... Portrait of a Headless Thing. Yep, she's dead. It's toast.
죄송합니다. 오티스님가 아님 제게 주어진 일을.
Well, that sucks, but it wasn't uncalculated. But yeah, the music on the background. Which is also referencing the other ego gift, the tier 4 one, the fusion gift. Look, I need all the help I can get. God, I am taking too much damage. Is the answer just to ignore the mooks and just beeline straight for this guy? Is that the answer? Because that feels like that's the answer. Yeah, I'm sure for some of you out there, this has got to be some of the most infuriating Limbus gameplay you've ever seen in your life. Actually, just this. There we go.
이 땅과 만인에게 손끝이라도 대려는 자가 있다면.
Hey, that's not bad.
어떠냐?
Oh, come on, Alice. You roll heads all the other times and then just a...
나를 부르는
Brink. Okay, so... I don't think this would be such a bad idea. Heal some SP, deal some damage to everything else. As long as no one else dies, we'll be able to somehow, by some miracle, squeak through this. Maybe. Maybe. Who are you targeting? She can take a hit.
오작 터뜨려주지.
Oh wait, but then that's going to start inflicting Heathcliff with sinking. Whatever, just don't get hit. That's always the answer. The time old classic of
종원.
hey, just don't get hit.
전멸하는 저곳으로 파도가 모든 것을 쳐부술 거다.
That's what I'm talking about. That's what I'm talking about. That's why base Heathcliff is the GOAT. But I fear for what that condition is. There's no phase... Don't actually tell me if there is a phase 2, but... There's no phase 2 for this, is there? Please tell me there isn't. That would break my poor fragile heart, if there was. Okay, well, I got a sack just for you. That actually might lose the clash. Okay, so I hope he doesn't get any more coins if I kill the dead rabbit. Because this is all contingent on this guy just having three slots. Oh, thank God. Man, this whole Canto is just all of these boss fights giving me a heart attack. It's like, oh, do I win the clash or do I lose it? Okay. Do I want to use that now or do I want to use it later? If I use it later, you know, I can start taking care of the trash here. She will die if she takes that. Actually, yeah, that's perfect right there. Oh, man. Thank you all for being here. Thank you for pushing me to not just give up. Even though it's sad that a sinner died, all hope is not lost. Did a sinner die? Actually, no, I don't think a sinner died this time, right? I'm just... scratch that. A sinner did die. Faust died. Sorry, Faust, I completely forgot about you. Okay, I will honor your memory. Actually, yeah, Heathcliff can just be taking care of the jobbers here. Yes. I'll save that for whenever he becomes unstaggered again. Or yeah, because of the manor. There we go. Perfect. Rip Faust. Somehow I forgot that you even were a part of my team. Heathcliff, don't you dare lose the clashes now.
정리하겠습니다. 불결한 것.
Ah, man, he gets coins back. That's what I was hoping he didn't do, but... But we're finally making it. We're kind of almost... Okay, but do tell me this, though. If I kill him... Well, beat him, because I doubt he's going to die. Actually, no, don't tell me. I was going to ask if I beat him, is that just going to be an automatic victory? I'll figure it out for myself. And if it doesn't automatically win, then, well, I mean, I still have an extra turn anyway afterwards, so it should all be good.
이딴과 마님에게 손끝이라도 대려는 자가 있다니. 이놈의 덧없는 분노를 담아.
Also, you know what? I think it's obvious now that this has got to be Heathcliff. I mean, the skill names, the mannerisms. Funnily enough, I even pointed out whenever we first met him. I did kind of point out initially that he sounded like Heathcliff. But... but this is like a Library of Ruina spoiler, though. With our corp. Maybe I shouldn't say anything. Oh, crap. We've got one turn left. One turn to make this all count. You know what? Screw it. Wait, hold on, I shouldn't do that. Do that. Let Ishmael have blunt for maximum output. How is it only 36? So it's 36. Let's see if we can do the math here. But yeah, we could also just focus on survival as well. And again, I can always just do it again later in my own time, outside of stream, to try to get the 10 turn count. Okay, we'll play it safe. We'll play it safe. He doesn't lose! Your upheaval? Nah, you can't beat the good old original upheaval. It would be nice if we won. Ow! Okay, so we're not beating him in this one turn, unfortunately. I should have just gone all in. I shouldn't have played it safe. Because look at that. Look at now what we have to deal with. Okay, so there is a really good chance that Heathcliff is going to die. Okay, so now just you evade. You cannot take those hits. How much damage would that do? That would do that. Some sacrifices need to be made, Otis. Some sacrifices need to be made. You did good work. Your servitude is much welcomed. Oh, no, it's all coming. It's all coming apart. Maybe corrosion will do him in. Okay, yeah, corrosion will do him in, definitely. We've got this in the bag. It took a sacrifice, but I think we've got this. On the non-zero chance we don't, let's just at least have... Oh no! No! You need to kill him, Ishmael! No! Wait, she's still alive! Is there any possible way to bring this back? Any conceivable way? No. No, because I'm out of skills. Wait. It's insane. It's unthinkable. However, there is only one possible way to somehow bring this back from the brink of destruction. for the next, all of the turns, I evade. Because here's the thing, right? This isn't even, it might not even roll heads, right? So that's bad. But if I keep evading until avoiding all of these attacks, we might be able to just keep re-rolling until we get
뭐죠?
Risky Judgment. I mean, look at these rolls. He's not at... Oh my god. Because, I mean, look at that. Look at how much damage that is. Wait! Should I? God, I don't know. What do you all think? What do you all think? I need help. Do we go for this? Because there is the additional damage from this. I'm not sure if that... Is that calculated? Oh my god, is that calculated? I don't know. I don't know. But... Sure. It's over. It's over. Okay, well.
이렇게 끝나는 건가?
Okay. He was at 5.
교육과 준비가 부족했습니다.
No, Howdis, it's not your fault. It's my poor judgment that got us in this mess. Surprisingly enough, Heathcliff is a really good choice, though. So, what did we learn about this? Gloom, envy, lust. What is that signal?
전가요?
This. Stalling from the brink of... you need to go.
열쇠가 필요하신가요?
Yeah, I would put more of my faith in this. Tremor team. Should I really do Tremor team? Keep in mind that Rose Spanner is not up type 4. Actually, you know what? Screw it. You know what? Just for you. Just for you, I will. I wasn't intending on doing this, but you know what? Why not? Alright, so we're going with a Tremor team this time. Actually, you know what? I've got a better idea. I've got a better idea with this. Envy team. I think that would be... Actually, yeah, that would be a really good idea. That's actually a pretty damn good idea. Yeah. Okay, so we'll go with an envy team. So you...
형님과
제가 가질 상대가 있나 보군.
몸이 찌뿌둥하던 참이었어.
형님과
And
누님들.
we want Dawn to have 2 coins as well.
키만 잡고 있을 때가 아니구려.
고래를 향해.
And then, as... I'll bring her... But I apologize for the massive amount of yapping that is about to occur. Yeah, because we all know that she just loves to... and then the spew of commands. Oh god, no, I'm not putting Gregor on the support. There's disaster waiting to happen. Although it would be more preferable if we had it in... Nah, I won't. That's too much. That's asking for far too much. Leniency. And then yeah. Oh, she's weak to blunt. Okay, maybe that's not such a good idea. But, actually, no, it's not a good idea. Because of the weaknesses as well. This, on the other hand. Alright, so there's that. I'll have all of the ego. In order. And there we go. I think that should be good. Let's see how it plays out. I feel like this is like a... This will be a pretty good team, right? Blunt resistant. Envy. So that means a lot of damage.
장부를 읽고 있습니다.
Alright.
그 누구도 볼 수 없게.
Okay. Doesn't matter if she takes damage. You know, she kind of wants to take damage. Upheaval has failed me, surprisingly enough. I mean, just look at that. Aside from Sin Affinity, like, she's not taking a lot of damage, so... I think we've practically got this in the bag then, right? Yeah. Hopefully. Oh, but wait, no, I don't want to. Okay, so Heathman can take that damage, and then next turn, just spam that. And then we should be good. Okay, well, it would be good if, as long as she doesn't get paralyzed next turn. Oh god, that's a lot of damage. Is she weak to envy? No. Okay, that's just an absurd amount of damage.
작은 형님께서 부르셨나?
Yeah, I hadn't considered that perhaps she would just take too much damage from his attacks, so...
왜? 뭐?
Okay. Hopefully. Yeah, this Canto is just insane. In more ways than one. Thing is, do I want to deal with this now, or do I just want to try to get rid of the mooks?
왜? 뭐?
No, I'll just try to not try to balance it all out somehow. Okay.
내가 봐주마.
Dawn, you disappoint me. Like, look at this. How is Heathcliff rolling heads at negative 20 SP?
이 안에 담아주지.
Mathematically speaking, that doesn't make sense. Yeah, that was expected. Do I want to do Chains of Loyalty though? No, I'd like to save that for later, but I kind of have to because of this. Actually, I can't do Chains of Loyalty. What am I saying? Okay. Good. Hopefully.
내가 봐주마.
Okay, good. That's what we like to see. We like to see him winning clashes.
어떠냐?
That's what we also like to see. The enemy getting staggered. We don't like to see that, but it's okay. We can deal with that. 5 coins. No. Crap. Do I really think that he would roll heads twice on all of those? Maybe. I think he could.
왜? 뭐?
There is also Muerso can just take the damage. That's also an option. What is the best? Oh yeah, and then there's that. That's probably why I would have lost. I would have lost, man. 'Cause I'm not keeping track of speed, so they has to clash with those two. Which leaves this up to Fishmail and Dawn to do something about this. Okay. Okay. Whew. That's good. Epic damage. Good. Good, Heathcliff. No, Ishmael. No, stop, Ishmael. Ishmael, no. No. I'm sorry, Ishmael. I'm sorry I placed so much faith in you. Rolling heads on those, despite the thing saying that it's a bad idea. Okay, so Heathcliff is royally cooked.
왜? 뭐?
Unless... but the thing is, it would be much better to deal with this problem right now. Or maybe not. So decisions. So many to make, and only a few are the right ones. Oh, I just saw your comments. Why are you running base Heath? Because he's cool. It's a stylistic choice. There's no reason to run base Heath. It would have been so much better to just run Pequod. You know what, why not? Why not? Alright. I will leave the decision to you all. Actually, no, you know what? No. Okay. Alright. Yeah. This will be the last time I'll be restarting. And I will actually be taking this a lot more seriously. Man, that sucks. But these fights are good, though. I like this, though. I like the struggle. I know it can be very boring to watch, and infuriating to watch, but... just personally, I like the struggle. So with that being said, yep, I will... relinquish my pride and just run the... run this team. After all, very high stagger threshold, lots of envy stuff, so that's a lot of good things happening there.
대갚아줄 상대가 있나 보군.
And there's Dawn, and there's Moersolt, Sloth, Gloom, Envy, okay. Is he? You can imagine Sisyphus. I can see why. I can see why Sunshower Heath would be really good. You know, he's losing a lot of SP, so he'll be in the negatives. He'll be getting sinking. So it would help if I. It would help if I do not use the ego that actively makes him die faster. And I guess with Dawn, we could just like have something that gets her sin affinities off of Wrath and Gloom as fast as possible. Which Gloom's not a possibility, but
형님과 누님들을 위해
and while this may be insanity,
투입이군요.
just pure insanity, right nowhere. So Sloth, Little Pride, we've got that in spades. Okay, not Sloth, but we can fix that. We can fix that with this. And Rhyme Shank.
전가요?
Not that one, this one. Nah, I shouldn't. Not that one. It's like no matter what I do, the team's just not gonna be so hot. Anyway, there's a lot of envy here. Yeah. You'll basically always get his 3 strength up from his special passive once you get him to -20. Ah! Good point. Really good point there. Yeah, and then Ryosho doesn't really have any passives to really support. But the most SP, okay, that's probably not going to do much, but also feel gloom or envy. So you did it with the new IDs and DAC Rodion and Sunshower Heath. Thing is, I would like to do that, but I have failed.
부르신다면 언제든.
I have failed many times. I mean, this should be good. Or maybe this, or this. Actually, no, that's why she's losing that. That's why she's losing clashes. Yeah, so.
몸이 찌뿌둥하던 참이었어. 때려 부수러 갈 시간이다.
불청객을 맞이할 시간인가 봐.
부르신다면 언제든.
Yeah. Okay, so we're gonna go with that
다음
then.
오찬까지는
Sinking team. We just have to keep in mind not to pit Faust against any clashes, because she is more than likely going to lose those. Turn start at less than 0, gain 3. Turn end at negative 15 or higher speed, lose 10 speed. I didn't even recognize that one.
불편하신 점이라도.
Okay, so that's bad. He can take a bat bash. It's no big deal. She cannot take that. That's a big deal. Yeah. So 2 dodges, which would be good, but that's only if you have a lot of sanity. Hence the reason why I guess you have your Evaders clash with the Mooks, maybe. Well, if you could.
간식인가?
And I forgot. I keep forgetting that, yes, the shield here is going to be like massive just thanks to the discard. And has the added bonus of increasing the insight. Okay, so. Alright, it's very unlikely that that's going to... No, it could happen. It could happen. Could happen. But yeah, I don't think I can rely on Faust to do any clashes, because I mean, just look at that. That's really bad. But yeah, okay.
직접 알게 함이라.
Okay, that's good. Good so far. Okay, that's bad. Really bad so far. Extreme amounts of sanity loss, but that's good, because now we can do that. And Gregster here can maybe take some heat off? It's 5 coins at play, so, or yeah, 5 slots at play. Could also just have him bomb rush that. Can't, actually, because of that. Oh dear, the nightmares haunt. And then I'll just gonna just do that. You know, very simple. Roll all heads, and then... Yep, there we go.
손끝이라도 대려는 자가 있다면.
Unfortunate.
이 전투에 명예 따위를 기대하고 있는 건 아니겠지.
Okay, thank you all. That is going... So boss also gets the extra. Yeah. So now that one's going to be close to the stagger. And then... Oh, well, that sucks. Well, we can use Heathcliff to maybe stagger that, right? And then... Man, DSC Rhodion's going to be doing a lot of work here, just taking damage. Oh, come on! Where's all that power coming from? Yeah, I knew it was single paralysis. I just didn't think. I wasn't intending on that to happen in the manner that it did.
뭐야?
Can I bring this back? Will he die?
뭐야? 뭐야?
No, he'll be staggered, that's for sure.
먼지나게 패주지.
But he might not be dead, per se.
죄송합니다. 오티스님, 마님. 제게 주어진 일.
Why am I such a fool? Why am I such a fool?
또 실패했어.
고통 없이 지식을 얻지 못한다나
Oh
뭐나.
man. But okay. I know my mistakes though. I know my mistakes. Just need to learn from them. Right? And all will be fine. Grand Cart, I love you, man. Your words of encouragement are very much needed in these horrid times manifested by me. Okay, so let the Bat Bash just happen, since it's just essentially 10 damage.
불편하신 점이라도
Rupture count's a big thing, however, it's not something that we cannot deal with. So, what we want to do... Yeah, okay. So you're taking that one. Actually, that's maybe not a good idea. Here takes you. You do that. Hopefully stagger. If it doesn't happen, it's whatever. And then we can just kind of get to work on him. Miraculously enough, you won the clash. Congratulations, Faust. My respect for you has grown greatly. Gregor, on the other hand, my respect for you has decreased somewhat. Actually, I have to address that now. If I don't address it now, then that's going to be really bad. And then you can inflict more sinking, as well as echoes of the mana. And actually, you can take that. Do I trust him to land heads? Is the question. I kinda don't. But it's not like I have a choice. I can't clash with anyone else. Actually, there's also another thing I have to address. Dang it. There we go. Okay.
직접 알게 함이라.
I should have known better.
고작 여기서 쓰러진다면 그놈이 날 얼마나 비웃겠나.
Okay, good. Only Gregor is staggered. He has 2 skill slots, so that's really not great, but again, that's something that we cannot deal with. Who's targeting Gregor? Okay, so agony, pain, torment, all these things and more haunt me. He will definitely be getting heads every time, so Altus is definitely going to take damage. Get just a little bit more pride.
직접 알게 함이라.
저 밑에서 나를 부르는 물소리가.
Cliff. Okay. You know, for once I actually kinda didn't want you to win the clashes. Okay. But this is fine. This is good. This is fine. Okay. This is not fine. It's over.
안개가 걷히고 꿈속에서만 그 사람을 볼 수 있는 건가?
Okay, well, you know what? Actually, maybe this is fine. Maybe it's actually better than I thought. I was thinking it's over. But I mean, the fact that those two are targeting only enemies, I mean, that's pretty good, actually.
먼지나게 패주지.
If by some miracle we can turn this around, despite that loss, that would be fantastic.
불청객은 찌그러져 있도.
That's probably going to kill the rabbits. Okay, okay. Lost sanity. What's this going to do? I'll die to rupture. Okay. Dodge. Well, the problem is my dodger is the one that died. I mean, I guess I might know I can't flash with any of them. Although, yeah, because that's the only one I could dodge. However, if I do that, you know, we can dodge all of this other stuff as well. Although, I don't think... The problem is Heathcliff is about to get absolutely shredded by Rupture. sucks, but perhaps that's the best I can do. Unfortunately.
뭐야?
That will for sure just... I'm gonna be blunt with you. I don't think BL is even the solution for this one, unfortunately. Well, I mean, it would help with sanity gain, but... Yeah. This is like a huge mess. You know what? That can be utilized with tremor. I'm going back on that. You know what? Tremor.
죄송합니다.
Is tremor really the
응고에
answer?
문제가 생긴 것 같습니다.
Is it? Would it be the answer? Who else is tremor? Fishmail. I know that this is the better tremor, but...
다들 연장 챙기죠.
출발하는가? 따라가겠소.
Faust's ego. I know that this is maybe not the one you're talking about. This one's maybe though. 4 gloom, 3 envy, 2 lust, or 2 gluttony, 4 pride.
이제 좀 일다운
Who's
걸
the last
시키네.
person in the lineup for the stacks up so much tremor potency? Who's the last one on the lineup for what is it? Tremor. Because there's these. But who's the last one? It's not him, is it?
따라가겠소.
No. Is it? No. Okay, there is that, but Rose Spanner for both chains and others.
투입이군요.
Oh, but that, yeah, because then there's also Gloom, but also Pride and Sloth. And Court Dawn is sometimes good for Tremor. Just general Tremor stuff. Yeah. Yeah. I would say that maybe, yeah, where would be the better call? Saul. Yeah, because then Heathcliff, he has his envy, so that's fine. We have Gloom and Sloth already there. Okay, alright, okay. That's what the war funds are for, and that's what the war funds are for. Yeah, I know Rodion has an amazing Tremor ego in Effervescent Corrosion. Yeah, since that just like insanely good. It reduces the count by 3, but it's not as if that isn't the case for all of them, or for a good amount of these tremorities. Although I will say, actually, is this even a good option? Alright. Let's try it. Wait, first off, Ishmael, I want to make sure that you... God, that would be horrid if I went in with that, Heathcliff. But yeah, just generally, good train of thought is to keep in mind stuff that restores SP is that. I am at the bunny stage. I have been unfortunately stuck. Yes, I have been stuck at evil Heathcliff. He has been kicking my ass for so long. I don't want to give him attack power up. That's horrible.
다른 작업이 필요한가요?
Although Quake rounds though.
요청이라도
수신.
Look at that.
집행 중 제3자의 끼어들기도 금지야.
Yes, I've been stuck here. This is the part that I've been stuck at.
있으십니까?
Okay. Do I want to go against that? Do I want him to have power up? Is that even a fine thing? Or do I want to try to deal with these first? The only part I know is this is Heathcliff. I mean, come on. Bat Bash, Smackdown, Upheaval. I only know that part. I don't know anything else after that. Actually, for every tremor. Okay, well maybe the good idea is to start stacking the tremor on a lot, heavily on this then, I imagine. I have to deal with that. Okay. Who can deal with that?
요청이라도.
어? 지금 바쁜데. 용건만 빨리.
다른 작업이 필요한가요? 다른 작업이 필요한가요?
요청이라도.
어? 뭐 문제라도 있나?
Because of the counter. Yeah, counter would be fine. Get that counter up and do that. Actually, you know what? Instead of stacking the okay, so I can't do anything about that. But actually, that will be perfectly fine. It would be better. Yeah, this is really just a nightmare to repeat. Oh man. Oh god. If you have 7 tremor. Also build up slaw, so I can start charging up.
어? 지금 바쁜데. 용건만 빨리. 어? 지금 바쁜데. 용건만 빨리.
Sloth, Glue, and Pride. Actually, yeah. And then we'd only need one more Pride. And then we can kind of get that ball rolling, right? Come on, Outus! Thank you! Thank you! Oh my god. Outus, you cannot do that! Okay, good. So we got a decent amount of tremor. Which means that Heathcliff can start clashing with him. And is not just going to be a full stomp, so I need more envy. If I were to go down that path. I could also just go down the gluttony path. Yes, I can't. Tails curse keeps on giving. Oh, it has been given in spades. The target has plus tremor count, unfortunately. She can take a bat bash. I guess that's another reason why Molar Outis is really good. Just that skill too. And actually, yeah, I want to redirect it away from that. So that definitely hits.
집행 중 제3자의 끼어들기도 금지야.
Nope. Okay, that's not really all too great, but... Stagger the bunny or don't stagger the bunny? That's the question. Or just take a bat bash.
뭐 문제라도 있나?
Yeah. I think the guard would be good. She'll be taking on a lot of count. Yeah, I do not have the opportunity to... Okay, so that shouldn't trigger the last condition. You can stagger that. You can... do I let Heathcliff take the smackdown? I kinda don't want that.
응? 지금 바쁜데? 용건만 빨리.
How close are we to that? One more pride, so next turn she'll be able to activate the clam. Unleash the clam. And yeah, I think that's good, right?
조심하랬지?
God, that 3 power coming in clutch. And now that he has coin power down, Aldous will proceed to miss 2, not roll heads, and then proceed to get smacked. Okay, well this is not irredeemable. 2 envy and 1 lust would be nice. Would be fantastic. Oh my god, that is fantastic. Yeah, let's do that again. I like that. I don't want Aldous to take too much damage though. Okay, well...
요청이라도 이
수신.
Tank the line, do that slowly. I don't think it's clam time yet, because the issue is, or one of the issues, aside from skill issue, is sanity, and I wouldn't like to try to get that up. At least someone that can give sanity. And though I also forgot that this also gives sanity, but I don't have really much useful wrath, so... You know what, screw it, let's use the clam. Yeah, let's just use the clam.
탈출 개체 확인.
And now thanks to that, he will have a lot less... You better not regret Faust, I swear. If you lose a clash like that...
꽤 끈적거리거든. 절대 피할 수 없을걸?
Okay. And now he has impossibly high... tremor. Actually, which also ruins the guard as well. Okay, so, now that we've gotten that out of the way... finally, it feels like we can start to breathe more. Uh-oh. Also, can I just point out, who on earth,
있으십니까?
what is this? Plus 10 tremor count, coin power plus 1. At the time, there wasn't a lot of stuff that made tremor counts, I believe. So what type of conditional is that? Oh wait, does that? Okay, no, it does count. Okay, I was worried for a second.
수신.
But yeah, who the hell thought that that was a fantastic conditional that's easy to get to? Because it's far from it. Quite a bunch of charge, so we should be able to get that. But what are we aiming for? We want sanity. Who's going to be the sanity moneymaker? Not Faust. No one. Because all of the sanity is... it's locked behind a bunch of other stuff that I cannot, unfortunately, deal with yet. She will get staggered by this. But it doesn't matter.
한바탕 해볼까?
What was that? She needs SP to use it effectively? Yeah, you're right. Starting to win clashes would be the best thing here. Actually, we'll need one more envy to kind of tie this all in together. How on earth do you get power up? Where is that coming from? I don't know. It's a mystery to all of us. I think that would be fine, right? Yeah. Actually, yeah, he's about to be staggered. What am I doing? Can you take the damage? No, you clash. Can he take the damage? No. You clash. There we go. And then yeah, there we go. Don't you dare lose this, Heath. Despite my best wishes. That rabbit had negative SP. He had negative SP. Why are you losing the clash? Okay, it's fine, though. It's fine. It's alright. I'm certainly not miffed at all about that. He does have that, but... Actually, that's bad. Okay, he cannot take that. You can take that though, right? Okay, so... should I heal? That's gonna set me so far back in the sanity department. Actually, it won't set me that far back, in hindsight. Actually, yeah, then we don't even need to worry about that rabbit. 'Cause that one will probably get staggered. Maybe. That is probably going to fail, unfortunately, but... Actually, wait, I need Heathcliff to clash and win. Because he's starting to get low on sanity. I could also just prematurely do this, but no, I think I need a heal. You cover that. Oh wait, but that rabbit might get staggered, which is no bueno. That's not good. Let's go with this. No, let's... this. There we go. Hopefully that gets staggered. Should get staggered. He wins the clash. Definitely. Full stop. And then you both just keep doing what you're doing.
교전 시작합니다.
Yes, I know mate is just level 30. No, she cannot clash. Her clashing power is in the negatives. Oh, come on.
걸려라.
Oh no, wait. Wait, no, Ish, don't you dare. No. No, I shouldn't have had Ish do that. But we have this hope. Well, he's not getting staggered anymore, because I botched that up. Yeah, I think I'm gonna win this. I think this is a win. The problem is just... because that's done. That one's going to get near the stagger threshold. She will not get staggered, actually. Should I just go all in? Should I just go all in? Just full stop. Yeah, I'll keep it just a little bit subdued, right? And then just hope that...
그렇게 하죠.
I shouldn't have done that. I shouldn't have done that. That was a bad move. Everyone's staggered. Oh no. Oh no, it's all coming undone!
이 전투는 승리할 거예요.
Not to worry. Not to worry. We've got this under control. Because you see, despite the odds and how horrible this may look, Heathcliff dies. Heathcliff's gonna die. Heathcliff is gonna die. Heathcliff is gonna die. Oh no. No. Yeah, that's 50 damage. She can take the hit.
그렇게 하죠.
Yeah, that coin power down is going to be a massive help. Okay, I didn't have much expectations. He's dead.
잠시.
You're dead. You're also dead.
죽어도 괴롭히는 반드시
McClam is angry.
집행을 끝낸다.
I know though, despite how horrible this may seem, There is still a chance.
탈출 개체 확인.
It'll be a miracle, but there is a chance. Stagger? Oh my god, is this it?
세상과 함께 타들어가고 싶었던 내 몸부림이.
He's dead. The beast is dead. Well, is it? Wait, which one was 94?
생수로 만들 가치도 없네.
All it took was sacrificing some sinners.
제압 완료.
Oh my god. Oh my,
경보에는 익숙해지시는 게 좋을
oh
겁니다.
my.
아직 50일까지
Okay, let's look at the
많은 날이 남은 것을
statistics.
파우스트는 알고 있으니까.
This was the winner. You know, that plus coin down came in clutch. This was very helpful. Morsalt, thank you for taking all that damage. Tremor Gaming. Alright. I will only ask one thing. Is this a Tremor Gaming moment? Actually, don't tell me that. Don't tell me that. I'm not gonna look at chat. Alright. I think it took me 2 hours just on that one singular fight. The beast. Okay, I'm probably gonna lose this just thanks to my track record, but
애도의 시간이군.
속셈을 말해. 이젠 정말 지긋지긋해졌으니까. 힘들리도 정체를 알 수 없는 이놈도 말하지 않는다면
죽인다고?
네가 나를
who could it be?
속에는 생략할까?
God damn. He has long hair. He's got the Gregor hair.
보다시피 지옥에서 살아 걸어온 너지.
어떻게 똑같은 사람이 동시에?
동일한 사람이 아닙니다. 그는 인격입니다.
인격? 인격이라고?
Sorry, I missed it. They're not the same people.
저자가 어딘가에 거울 세계에 있던 히스클리프 씨라고요?
Oh my
나를
god.
대적하던 자들, 내게 모욕을 주었던 자들,
All have perished before my hand.
하나씩 찾아낸 뒤 그의 버금가는 최후를 주려고 했지. 그리고 마지막엔 나의 캐시를 죽게 만든 저를 내 손으로
And that is
끝장내주겠다고.
you, Heathcliff.
나의 캐시 죽게 만든 자? 누가? 아니, 뭘 말하고 있는 거야? 뻔하지. 너 그리고 나 모르겠나? 캐시를 죽인 건 우리야. 개소리래. 알았게. 잠깐. 너 캐시의 죽음에 대해 어디까지 알고 있어? 이 세계에 내가 사랑하는 사람, 나를 사랑하는 사람은 아무도 없지. 내 미래는 두 가지뿐이었어. 죽음과 지옥. 캐시가 죽은 후 나는 지옥 속에 떨어졌으니까. 그런데 너는 그녀와 달콤한 재회나 꿈꾸며 각자는 모험 따위를 해내고 있더군. 그래서 이곳에도 넘어왔지. 그 시간들을 모조리 먹어치우기 위해. 그래서 나의 절망에 물들일 수 있도록.
This is a man of pure dedication and hatred. Every time he wakes up, he looks in the mirror with a fresh batch of hatred.
우리라고 해야지, 스클리프. 너와 나는 그렇게 태어났잖냐. 답이 없는 멍마자루를 뒤집어 쓴 망나니 새끼로.
Stinking rag of sack.
그래. 난 그런 새끼였지. 말해봐라, 히스클리프. 그녀가 죽었다는 소식을 듣자마자 너는 어떤 생각을 했지? 만약 캐시를 누가 죽인 거라면 캐시를 죽음으로 몰고 간 자들을 찾아낸다. 남김없이 죽여버리겠다고. 그게 누구든가면. 그래! 그딴 새끼가 멀쩡한 모습으로 살아서 돌아다니면 안 되겠지. 그렇지 않나? 수백 번 찢어 죽여도 석연치 않을 거야. 네가 앞으로 겪을 고통에 비해선 턱없이 모자라니까. 그리고 개소리를 죽인 찢어 죽일 놈이 바로 나라는 거고. 넌 앞으로 끝없이 괴로운 밤을 보내게 될 거다. 보이지 않지만 어딘가에서 너를 부르는 그녀의 환청을 듣게 되겠지. 자, 들리지 않나? 흐느끼는 캐시의 울음소리가.
By the way, I will listen to the
캐시가
battle.
묻지도 날에 눈이 내렸어. 겨울처럼 찬바람이 불고 있었고 주위에는 아무도 없었지.
Right now I'm just in awe.
눈보라 소리가 들리는 곳. 어디 있지, 캐시? 내가 결코 닿을 수 없는 어딘가에서 원망을 하고 있는 건가? 내 곁에 있지. 그렇지. 내 아래가 아닌 나와 같은 땅 위에서.
Though he looks just like Heathcliff, he appears beaten down, distraught and insane. Heathcliff from another world mournfully roars Catherine's name.
그래, 캐시. 나를 괴롭혀줘. 내가 살아있는 한 편히 쉬지 못하게. 네가 우리가 나를 산산조각 내라. 나를 고통 속에서 미쳐버리게끔. 그래서 캐시가 나를 조금이나마 용서한. 그만!
And surprisingly enough, Heathcliff is not automatically distorted. All skills target Heathcliff. Wins the encounter if Heathcliff dies. Well, damn. 2,000! 263. Awesome. Alright, so, time to figure out how cooked I am. Oh, yeah. And I'll just turn it down for you all. There we go. Unbelievable peak, for I weep. Okay, so Flash 1 heal at 5 SP on self. It's so unbelievably. Dang it. At least the Butler. Is it reasonable to think that we can... bring him to low set? What is that? What is he charging up? Oh, so explosive wrath. Wrath affinity resistance +3. Other resistances 0.5. No one told me he was charging up a, I don't know, spirit bomb, an ultimate attack. Become weaker to the corresponding affinities and become stronger against every other affinity. Gain a special effect when hit. Lose 1 explosive emotion. If this unit is staggered at turn start, lose 3 explosive emotion. At turn end, this unit does not lose more than 3 explosive emotion per turn. Okay, how cooked am I? Because right now this looks like I'm about to be cooked really, really bad. I do not like my odds right now. Heathcliff, how do you roll heads when you are that low on sanity? Oh god, extreme amounts of... Do I really want to risk getting annihilated by that? I don't. I don't feel like dying right now. Okay, so peak cannon is charging up.
겁나를 내게 바쳐주지.
You know, I didn't have high expectations for you, but I didn't think that you would lose all of those flashes. Deep bereavement. Lose 5 speed, gain 5 defense level down. Okay. Okay, great. Shields down. Well, this is a bit of a problem, isn't it? I'm a fool. Actually, this is a really quick way to just automatically lose Limbillion SP and have him distort.
불편하신 점이라도
He's going to lose that clash, I can tell. Well, I mean, it's not too bad if he gets hit, right? I mean, he just gets... what does he get? Well, I guess it helps with the SP, right? Okay, good. Okay, great. 3 tails.
고작 여기서 쓰러진다면 그놈이 얼마나 비었겠나.
And unfortunately, he is going to inevitably get hit with that. Uh-oh, wait a minute. He's about to die. If I do not do something right now, Heathcliff will perish and die a really horrible death. Oh, yeah. Right. Who knows? Maybe he wins the clash. Somehow. I doubt it, but...
이 땅과 만인에게 손끝이라도 대려는 자가 있다면 정리하겠습니다. 불결한 것.
Well, I didn't have much expectations for it. Good, more SP. Come on, Heathcliff, do not die on me yet! You are not allowed to die. Oh, that's really horrible. There we go.
불편하신 점이라도
겁날 내게 바쳐주지.
Yeah. We'll have a good rest, lazy bombers. But yeah, if they were to include this in the refraction railway, they'd probably just remove that mechanic, or it'd probably be something else there.
그쪽으로.
Kill! Tonight we slay the beast that dared to walk upon our home. Explosive gloom. Oh, well, this is going to be easy. Scratch that. This is not going to be easy. 'Cause I hadn't considered that. Oh no! This can't be how it ends. Okay, we can do that. I think I have the sneaking suspicion that Heathcliff is about to die. Just a little bit of food for thought there. Oof. Okay, well. Okay.
교육과 준비가
So this fight should not take as long as the
죄송합니다, 마.
rabbits, at least. It shouldn't be nearly as bad. Oh, hell no, I'm not doing that. You know, crazy thought. Maybe Muir would actually work pretty well. Just regular Muir. Just him. Nah, but this also has, yeah, this also has all this other stuff, so.
투입이군요.
다들 연장 챙기죠.
손맛이 뭔지.
투입이군요.
Yeah, I would prefer someone with lust skills, though. Not that. Definitely not that. Spice Bush? I don't have him up to 3. And I'm not going to up him to 3. Because it's not an option, unfortunately. I do not have the resources to do so.
재촉지 마시오. 어련히 가겠지.
Sure, why not?
파우스트가 맞이하죠.
속셈을 말. 이젠 정말 지긋지긋해졌어.
Alright, this time we achieve peak in its full glory. I will not be denied peak twice. And what are our goals? Try to get this up as soon as we can. Requires envy, gloom, lust. Okay. That's why I didn't clash with him. The Curse of Tales is strong with me.
피어나라.
Okay, so a little bit on the... Oh, well that's why. The voice is like far above everything else. No wonder why it sounds so loud. Okay, so Heathcliff. Actually, you know what? Don't clash.
불편한 점이라도 있으십니까?
Alright, okay, that should be good, right? I mean, if he rolls tails, that doesn't mean anything. You know, what's the point of having him lose 5 SP at the end of the turn if he didn't deal damage to Heath? If all that's going to happen afterwards is he heals all of that damage. It's the mistress's voice. Okay, that's not happening anytime soon.
불편한 점이라도 있으십니까?
But I would like to... Okay, I'll at least do that. I'll take a wee little bit of damage, but that's fine. I know that's not what we want in an ideal world, but... Unfortunately, getting everyone's SP up is top priority.
저 밑에서 나를 부르는 물소리가.
True. True.
피워보지.
Yep. Farewell to anyone who needs to go to sleep. Please do. I have spent far too much time on this. It'll be easy, I
이
thought.
전투는 승리할 거예요.
God, that would have been so much better if I had the if I uptied for that. Actually, is that the strategy? Just like with these units, like just evade? Because it kind of feels like that's the strategy, I think. Use evasions on that, and then just everything else. Try to do an unopposed clash.
그쪽으로.
Dang it. You know, that is interesting. Heathcliff doesn't have any ideas with it. Well, he has a... Okay, he has Rabbit Heathcliff, but I'm not going to use Rabbit Heathcliff, okay? Explosive Wrath. Oh no. This is bad. Oh, if only I had a way to make him slower. If I hadn't stupidly... Okay, is there anything I have with bind, though? This one. Yeah, Rabbit is... Dang it, Gregor. Man, look at that clash power. 20. That's the highest we're... God. I don't know why. Now is the time. It's time to inflict an unbelievable amount of sinking. Actually, no. Scratch that. We have to prepare. Because we're in for a mighty onslaught next time. Ah,
피워보지.
always has been. Oh, come on. Favored, you say? Faust, I swear to God, if you do not roll heads on this, If you fail this clash,
검날 내게 바쳐주지.
good. You do not want to find out what happens.
이
What would
전투는
have happened?
승리할 거야.
Actually, wait, maybe that's bad because of... Yeah, Heathcliff. Am I the only one that just hears, like, Heathcliff just, like, breathing in, like, inhaling, like, every time he gets hit by Heathcliff? Yeah. Honestly, a lot of these fights, like, in Refraction Railway... What is this? What is that? Eh? Hopeless. Oh dear. It would appear I am about to suffer an immense amount of pain and agony in the next moment. Or maybe not. Maybe Heathcliff wins the clash. He could be. He could. There's a possibility. Or maybe he just gets staggered. That's another option.
여기가 뱃속이군.
Come on, Heathcliff. Yes, baby. That's what I'm talking about. He just doesn't miss.
피어나라.
Heathcliff from another world glares at Heathcliff. Every strand of vein in Heathcliff's bloodshot eyes are pulsating with burning hatred. Your peril, adventure, ends here. Cast yourself off the cliffside of suffering. Let the sorrow agonize you until your body strikes the earth cold. That is the smallest atonement you could pay to Cathy as her murderer. Bastard, even now? Heathcliff bolts forward, unable to stop himself. Heathcliff's assault ends in horrible. Heathcliff rushes forward screaming, consumed with wrath, but perhaps the wrath got in the way of sound judgment. Heathcliff from the other world was able to read his moves like an open book. A fatal counterattack smote Heathcliff. Accept your fate, Heathcliff. Welcome the embrace of death. Heathcliff from the other world mutters to our Heathcliff, who is reeling, kneeling from shock. Yeah, you might be right. I might just be a bloody wretch like you said. But I'll kill you first anyway. Heathcliff hasn't given up yet. The other sinners stand ready for the battle as well. This is far from over. Very well. This is good, Heathcliff, isn't it? Resent me, hate me, do not relent, because this will be the start of your journey to kill every Heathcliff. A journey to end all Heathcliffs, and ends in your demise. Together, we shall all plummet to the bed of this abyss. He bellows once again with anguish. The battle rages on. Gains fragile. Okay, that's out of order. Gains 3 fragile, attack power up, and then 3. Just 3. All allies gain 2 damage up with the rest of the encounter. Double the amount of stagger threshold raised, including the set effect from Tremor Burst. For Heathcliff? Question mark. Nothing to say. I'm intrigued about what would have happened had I succeeded in that skill check, but... no, for now we have no time to ruminate on such things. Well, there goes all of my sinking. Time to repent. Oh yeah, that's going to hurt a lot. Am I cooked? Is this what we call cooked? Is that what is about to happen right now? Because I do not see any conceivable way of staggering him in the small amount of time that we have. Ego? I don't have it. I was one off. One off from ego. God, curse me. Curse me and my short-sightedness. 3? What is 3? True, try 3. What is 3? True pain. Wait, hold up though. Maybe all hope is not necessarily lost, because we will get some... No, we won't. We don't have the ego resource for it. Dang it! So close yet so far. Is this where the journey ends?
이 땅과 만민에게 손끝이라도 대려는 자가 있다면
Who knows? Maybe for whatever reason he doesn't annihilate Heathcliff. He didn't annihilate Heathcliff. There's hope. It's not over yet. It's not over yet. Okay, so what do we need to do? Well, obviously we need to heal the boy, because he will die. Who has the best, not that, best healing?
내가 남길 말이 있나?
Not that one. I think I see what you're... I think I might see what you're cooking. Possibly. So... we do this. This gets overclocked. Right? Gloom Fragility gets inflicted. Instead of that, instead... just do this and pray that we have another turn. Is that what we're cooking? Is that how we're cooking this? I'm sorry, but it's like I need to know. I must know. Obviously, I'm not going to do this. I'm just checking it out. Okay, I think that's what we're going to cook. We'll see how it plays out. No, we can't risk it. We need to do that. Yeah, because then he gets staggered.
겁날 내게 바쳐주지. 버틀러들.
Let's do it.
집사들은 어디 있는 거지? 위험이 알고 있잖아. 당장 안 돼.
Let us see, have we cooked? We have... Uh-oh. Maybe? Nope, we have not cooked. Nope, we are the ones that are about to get cooked.
이곳은 그분의 초생이요.
Nope, we're cooked. It's over.
자세히 보겠는가?
Oh god, we were so close. So close.
또 실패했어. 버릴 거냐?
But with that being said, what really screwed us over, I think, was he got staggered, right? No, he has a lot of bluntium. But yeah, he got staggered. So... yeah. Because I'm also thinking that this would also be good. So we need lots of gloom, lots of envy, a little bit of lust, a little bit of envy. I think this would be a better. Yeah, try to get Shock Centipede up, and then immediately switch back to... my best chance is Body Sack. Just for that sweet envy resistance.
재촉지 마시오. 어련히 가겠지.
Oh yeah, and also, he's saying, I need Crow's Eye View on you. Because the haste would be very much welcome. Using support IDs. There was Mersault. But that's highest max HP, and does he have the highest max? He does! So that for some extra protection. Yeah, that's not happening. We'd be better off with a Zwei. Put that. Oh, in the support tab. For which one? Oh, Yisang. That would actually be a good Someone that actually has a good yisang. Yeah, of course, no one doesn't. No one has that. I think that should be good. What's you? What about Molar Ishmael? Inflict sinking count when inflicting tremor. Count on their target with coin effects.
사냥감을 찾은 건가?
Okay. Is there anything else, though? Anything else we could do to at least increase our chances by a mere fraction? What does she do? Actually, there was this, right? That could be good. Heathcliff, body suck. He ends up being the fastest ID. Maybe? Yeah.
애도의 시간이군.
Yeah. This is one of them vertical difficulty spikes that Project Moon is very famous for. Okay, so first off, let's try to build as much resources to get this up. So a lot of envy, a lot of gloom, and lust whenever we can. Yeah, okay.
겁날 내게 바쳐주지.
Okay. Powder Blossom Moth for Stagger. Actually, you know what? Molar Ishmael would have been excellent. Not only for Powder Blossom Moth, but also for lowering sanity as well. Yeah, I probably should have brought her. But oh well, we have no time to dwell on the past. And then let's just let him stew, right? Let's let him just lose more sanity.
불편한 점이라도 있으십니까?
She could actually win this clash. She could. Yeah. Okay. Let us go. Let us not fail this time. This time for sure, we will achieve peak. Alright, how close are we? We just need one more gloom and then we're good. Then we're set. Or... As long as I follow the... No, I shouldn't. I don't think I should. Raising everyone else's... sanity might be the better call, right? Yeah, Heathcliff can survive for a bit on his own. Actually... Okay, so we do that. He'll get 3 paralysis. That paralysis is immediately going to get used up. But also glue and fragility. Yeah. Okay, this I think this is good, right? Yeah. And he's losing more SP by the second. Actually, he is losing a lot of SP, so it might actually be better to clash, maybe? If I take a lot more time ruminating on these, it's because I do not wish to lose again. That was so close to peak, and then it was taken from me. I was robbed of it. Nah, okay, let's just keep it as is. Right. Yeah, okay. Alright. Looks good, I think. Hopefully.
내게 바쳐주지.
Wait, he didn't... What? How come he didn't clash? Also, Heathcliff is just silent. Except for grunts, here and there. Okay. Oh no. Oh dear. Uh-oh. That's bad. This ain't good. Okay, so he's definitely going to win that clash. And Otis and you just need to keep doing your thing.
이 땅과 만인에게 손끝이라도 대려는 자가 있다면
Am I finally learning how to cook? I think so. Yeah. And then this one, no need to worry about anything, just go all in. Although I do... Okay, that's only at -15 or higher. Okay, good. I think we've got this. I think we're finally about to reach the so-called peak. The fabled peak.
검나를 내게 바쳐주지.
Okay, good, good. Or do we want to save it? Let's save it. And actually, I want Yiseng to do that, because I believe he might reach the threshold. Oh, but then Yiseng's gonna be really struggling, though. Let's go with that. Yeah. No. Wait. SP?
내가 남길 말이
Not you. Okay, so even if he heals 25... Let's actually prepare that instead. Yeah. And then next turn we can use Fluid Sec if we need to. Just nothing. Yeah, I had a feeling this was gonna happen. But we came prepared. Yeah, and then you can just keep on doing that. Keep doing your thing.
직접 알게 하느라.
No, Gregor, do not lose. Ah.
정리하겠습니다. 불결한가.
이 전투는 승리할 거야.
How does he have so much sinking that's not going down? Not again! No, no, I'm not dealing with that, alright? I refuse. I'm just gonna beat the ever-living crap out of him.
불렀는가?
Sinking count times sinking potency, you say? No, wait. Like a second one through the attack win. Alright. It's time to prepare the peak cannon. Fire! Oh. You better not have known that that was going to happen. I swear, if you knew that was going to happen and you didn't tell me, hey, he won. Gah. Heathcliff charges forward, screaming with wrath, and smites Heathcliff from the other world in his forehead. Yeah, you might be right. I might just be a bloody wretch like you said. But I'll kill you first anyway. The other Heathcliff lets out a small laughter. Yeah, I know. Good. Very good, Heathcliff. I like that. Resent me. Hate me. Da da da. It's all stuff that... 5 protection power up and... Oh, whoa, 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 whoa. He's invincible. He's bloody invincible now. Like, look at that. A pitiful 5 damage. This is just an easy win now. Like, I don't have to do anything, just... And also, he still has the... Actually, no, it won't. He doesn't get charged from anything, but still. Hey fellas, I need to ask this. I have to know. Is this what peak feels like? Is this what it feels like to reach peak?
이 땅과 만인에게 손끝이라도 대려는 자가 있다니.
Uh-oh, okay, wait. This might be how I lose. This might be how I screw up peak.
이 전투는 승리할 거야.
Of all the people you had to hit. Don't worry. Don't worry, we have this completely under control.
겁날.
Oh crap, wait, that was bad, actually. Sun Shower changes the affinity weakness to gloom, huh?
이 스며들 듯한 비 우산이 새지는 모르겠어.
Okay, thank goodness for all of the protection. Oh, okay, now we have another problem though. Heathcliff can't attack now. He will die if he so much as attacks once. Okay, so what are our options? True, counter does not trigger bleed. Right.
직접 알게 한다.
And thanks to charge, he's gaining health back that he would have lost. And I have 2 turns to end this fight if I want to get in the... Actually, this 3 turns technically. If I want to get the bonus. Yeah, I think this would be better. No, I can't. Oh no. Okay, he actually just cannot attack anymore. Curse me and my short-sightedness. There we go. Problem solved. Now he will not take a lot of damage.
피워보지. 이 삶이 무엇이라 생각하시오?
How is he not staggered? Look at that. Look at that frickin' health bar. Look at that BS. Uh-oh. He was like one more hit away from getting staggered. Okay. Man, this would have been such a good one to use, but... Nope, can't use that. Okay, good to know. So this is 88. Let me pull out the calculator. I'm gonna pull out... Yeah, Heathcliff will live, but the problem is if Heathcliff ends up being slower than... Wait.
내가 남길 말이 있나?
Do I have anything that binds? Yeah, because the thing is, if he uses ego, he will live, and he will not be staggered, but if Doppelganger Heathcliff then has higher speed than everyone else, we are doomed. Okay? That's it. It's over. It's Jover, Sam Jover. So how much damage have we got? We got 88. 78. And yes, I do actually have a calculator out. Plus 42. Plus 47. And... this will kill him. As long as we roll all heads, this should kill him. Actually true, yeah. We can do fluid in the sack. I'm not gonna risk it. We've come too far. I will not risk it, not after I botched up the last one. And nearly botched up this one.
이 전투는 승리할 거예요.
Good call. Good call. And with this, we have done it. The nightmare can finally end. Finally! We've...
나를 짓밟아 기어코 캡슐화 떼어놓은 그 모든 것들을 저로 안에 담아서 어디든 지옥 끝까지 끌고 다니며 있는 힘껏 내려칠 거다. 모든 개소리는 반드시 불행해지기 마련이었다. 히스클리퍼로 인해서. 그러니 나는 모든 히스클리퍼를 죽여야 해. 너라도 그랬을 테지.
그 애는 죽었어. 어떻게 죽었는지 내게 사실대로 들려줘. 그러니까 어떻게 캐시가 죽었는지 평소처럼 다정한 얼굴로 눈을 감았어?
어린 양처럼 조용히 돌아가셨어.
그 애가 내 이야기는 안 했어?
그럴 수가 없었어.
캐서린 아가씨는 잠든 채로 영면하셨으니까 얼굴에 다정한 미소를 띠고 누워 계셨지. 평온한 꿈속에서 안식을 맞으셨을 거야. 부디 평화롭게 잠드시기를.
아니, 아니야. 부디 캐시가
고통 속에서 비참하게 깨어나기를!
뭐라고?
내가 캐시를 죽인 거야. 그렇지. 그러니까 캐시, 유령이 돼서 나를 찾아와. 네가 없는 시면에 나를 내버려 두지 말고. 난 혼자서는 도저히 살 수 없어.
히스클리프!
캐시, 너는 내가 살아있는 한 편히 쉬지 못할 거야. 나 역시도 그럴 테고.
Why'd you leave Wuthering Heights? It's where the love of your life lives, isn't it?
그래, 시계 대가리. 그런 질문을 했었지. 근데 왜 떠났냐는 질문보다는 버티고 있던 이유를 물어보는 게 더 맞았을 거야. 나를 향한 매질과 졸음과 멸시와 모든 고통, 굶주림은 견딜 수 있었어. 참으면 되는 것이었으니까. 언제나 하던 것이고. 그럼에도 불구하고 버텨냈던 워더링 하이츠를 떠나기로 결심했던 이유는 깨달았습니다.
그래서 린튼은 곧 부자가 될 거고, 린튼과 결혼한다면 나는 이 근방에서 가장 잘 나가는 발명가가 되겠지? 어쩌면 티사 올해의 발명가상을 받을지도 몰라.
그러면 히스클리프는요, 아가씨?
넬리, 무슨 말을 하는 거야? 히스클리프와 함께 한다면 내 품위는 떨어지고 말 텐데. 우리 둘 다 분명 거짓골을 면치 못할 테니까.
말해줄래? 왜 워더링 하이츠를 떠나지 않고서는 견딜 수가 없었는지.
Was that Carmen I just saw? I saw someone laying in fields. Was that?
캐서린이 나를 사랑하지 않는다는 걸 깨달았으니까. 그리고 만약 내 눈앞에서 린튼과 결혼하는 꼴을 보게 된다면 나는 틀림없이 린튼과, 어쩌면 캐시에게까지도 난폭한 행동을 하고 말 거야. 상상하기도 싫을 만큼 도무지 버틸 수가 없었어. 그래서 도망쳤어. 나를 천하게 만든 이 저택에서. 내게 사랑을 가르쳐줬지만 동시에 빼앗아버린 이 저택에서. 아니, 나는 원래부터 천하고 비루했어. 그러니 천한 것이 있을 수 없어야 할 그 저택에서 나를 스스로 뜯어낸 거야. 하지만 결코 캐시를 포기한 건 아니야. 언젠간 캐시가 자기의 생각을 고쳐먹게 만들고 자신이 한 짓을 후회하고 내게 다시 돌아오게 하려고 했을 뿐이야.
하지만 지금은
쓸모없어졌지, 모든 게.
그렇다면 네가 할 수 있는 건 뭐가 있을까?
우리는 캐서린님의 엄숙한 장례식에서 고인의 바람대로
캐서린은 죽었다. 우리는 부부였어.
캐서린이 죽은 건 네놈 탓이다. 모르겠나? 캐시를 죽인 건 우리야. 모든 캐서린은 반드시 불행해지기 마련이었다. 히스클리퍼로 인해서. 자, 봐라. 모든 가능성 세계의 파편들을 그 어느 세계에서도 히스클리프는 캐서린의 마음을 찢어놓고 비참하게 죽도록 만들지.
머리 아파. 피가 흘러내리고 있어. 그리고 이건 어딘가 내가 머리를 나무에 박아대는 소리야. 내가 돌아왔어. 내가 돌아왔다고, 캐시.
넌 저 모습을 보면 어떤 생각이 들어?
이게 사람이 할 행동인가? 그저 사람 모양 가죽만 뒤집어 쓴 속은 쓰레기로 가득한 놈만처럼. 내가 바뀌었다고? 바뀐 모습을 보여줄 거라고? 어림도 없었어. 애초에 성립이 안 되잖아. 나는 사람조차 되지 못했는데.
히스클리프, 너는 너를 어떻게 생각해?
인간의 말을 할 필요는 있나? 캐서린을 죽게 만든 나는, 캐서린을 나로부터 앗아가버린 너는 짐승만도 못한 존재일 텐데. 그렇다면 애써 인간답게 볼 필요가 있을까? 그 새끼들이 말했던 것처럼 말이 안 통하는 짐승이 되어버린다면.
주인에게 버려진 울부짖으며 날뛰는 슬픈 사냥개. 그게 지금 너만의 마음이고 되고 싶은 모습이구나.
맞아. 난 지옥의 사냥개가 되어서 도시를 향해 짖고 전부 찢어발겨 차로 안에 담아 끌고 다닐 거야. 나와 캐시를 이 꼴로 만든 그 모든 것들을 저주하면서
너의 바람대로 될 수 있어.
캐시, 너 발목이... 내가 꼭 돌아올게.
집으로 온 걸 환영해, 히스클리프.
Okay, well that right there is just a clear-cut picture of Carmen. Okay, there's no doubt.
보고 계시는군요, 마님. 칭찬 감사합니다.
I know that I asked the question, but after that it's like, there's no doubt. No need to go back in the record. God dang it. New download has been added. What? For what reason? Okay, let's actually... Okay, so... Let's see if I can pull this up.
해가 떴군. 오늘도 각자 맡은 담당 거리로 나간다. 관리할 걸 관리하고 가져올 것을 가져온다.
Actually, you know what? I can just look at it here. Okay, so What was the update? Gain damage up and fragile for every SP damage on between turn start and last turn start. Combat start. Okay, so it's not supposed to be turn start, it's combat start. Yeah. At least I think so. A cursory glance, that's what that tells me. Okay, the next turn conditional is missing from the English translation of Edgar family error. Wereshold? Wereshold, silence! I appreciate your input, but... On hit, absorb 10 sinking from target, gain coin boost, damage up. Oh. Well, this just makes sense, right? Yeah, this is supposed to be next turn, not... this turn. God, that would just be a abysmal conditional on an S3. Yeah, so basically this just clarifies that the plus coin boost and the damage up are supposed to be next turn. Not the turn that you use the skill, or that you get the hit. Just vengeance description displays the vengeance tag when it should not. Oh. Okay. And then the issue where a boss enemy in stage 632 has the incorrect attack priority written in its descriptions. Prioritizes targets with the least SP, prioritizes a certain character. I didn't notice that. Oh, this is just, I didn't bother looking at the event notifications. It's just talking about new extraction. Rodion. Rodion extraction. Okay. And of course the ever important 300 lunacy compensation. But goodness. What a roller coaster of emotions. Like, I'm gonna be honest. I thought, yeah, I didn't think that they were ever going to change the base ego until everyone got their Canto. No, because I mean, it's like, I guess I'm kind of looking at it as, well, how come Heathcliff gets his base ego changed, but Yi Sang and Ishmael and... well, Yi Sang and Ishmael didn't, right? Like, Gregor and Sinclair and Rodion, it makes sense why their base egos didn't change. Like, their stories are not completely done yet. But Ishmael, I mean, it's basically done. And you saying that one was kind of concluded, but I guess now with this new stuff popping up, it's actually not concluded. There's a lot more stuff with more of the old members. And I imagine that that's going to be... yeah, who knows? Yep. I mean, maybe before I would have... yeah, before that scene, with Heathcliff going berserk mode, and just smashing and leading it to the new background, I wouldn't have spat in an eye if they didn't change his ego. But after saying that, I don't know. Yeah, that's just asking for more story. That's stuff that we will get to next week. But yeah. So yeah, that will be the end of the stream. I'm glad that you all stuck with me. I'm glad that you all enjoyed Peak with me. Wherever you are, I wish you a good day, evening, or night. Get some rest if you need it. And I will see you next week when we can reach heights of peak that we never thought were possible. Okay. Bye bye. Have a good one, everyone.